it's not the number of proposal, it's really the quality. So we need to have in these proposals really the people at the top of the development of generative AI models in Europe. So if you're a newcomer in the field, apply for a research call. So we only really strongly encourage the one which are really at the forefront of this development in Europe, that people who have already developed model, master already model, and this is just about upgrading models, not starting from scratch and discovering how the technology works. So it's about accelerating and bringing it at scale and covering the European language model. But my colleague Miguel will explain the detail, and it's also very important to know the scope of the participants. So the participants are limited to the countries which are EU countries and the one associated with the Digital Europe program. And also there is a clause about the control of these participants. So it should not be participants which are controlled by organizations or countries outside of Europe, even though if they are based in European countries. So you have to carefully check who is eligible or not. It's clearly put in the call text before applying. But in your consortium also, be careful in the selection of the participant in your proposal. Really bring on board the one you really need and which will make it excellent. So don't try to be politically correct in bringing someone from every country or someone from small and big and everything. No. It should be dictated by the objective of having this very excellent and strong multilingual model, large language model in Europe. So I will stop for here, and then we'll have the opportunity to talk to you later. Thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Cecile. So obviously we're running a little bit behind, so I'll try to be a little bit quicker than I expected. But what I wanted to do is just present ADRA and the partnership to you in a little bit more detail. So what I'm going to run through is a little bit the kind of why, the purpose behind ADRA, the challenges that we're going to be facing, the journey that we want to go on, and also there'll be a little bit of a call to action at the end of the presentation. Great. Technology doesn't seem to want to work with us. Okay, I think we're online. Yeah. Okay, so the ongoing digital transformation in which AI is playing a key role has triggered a global competition for tech leadership, and Europe is facing a challenge. So Europe is being outpaced by North America in terms of R&D investments as a percentage of revenue, as shown in these graphs. And the COVID crisis has really hit research and development in EU member states quite hard. In a kind of similar vein, we see that China has also increased its kind of private investments in AI for the past decade, and again, Europe seems to be being outpaced. We've also set ourselves very, very ambitious goals in terms of the adoption of digital technology, and the digital decade is an ambition to close the gap close the technology deployment and skills gap, and ensure that everyone can gain equal access to the use of the technologies. So Europe really has to capitalize on the market opportunity here, and make sure that the technology that's being developed and being used enshrines core European values. And importantly, you know, it's not just about the large organizations, it's making sure that every organization, every business is able to adopt and make use of this technology. Why is that important? Because technology like AI has offers a massive productivity boost. So this graph here is showing 18 different tasks selected from realistic samples of work being done, and there is a huge increase in the productivity. So there's you know, real opportunity here to improve the competitiveness of a number of sectors and industries in Europe. So while the world is slowly figuring out the potential uses and misuses of LLMs, new breakthroughs are already appearing on the horizons. So this snapshot from the right is actually from NVIDIA Labs, but it's showing a robot learning to manipulate objects using GPT-4 large language model. So this is pretty remarkable because it shows that LLMs can be successfully applied in the robotics domain as well. So, you know, in the future, you know, everything from renewable energy technologies, new materials, autonomous and electric vehicles, where really AI data and robotics play an enabling role, hold immense potential to improve people's lives and significantly accelerate efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is why also, you know, ADRA are really looking at an approach that embodies key kind of societal challenges, or solving key societal challenges, or offering at least part of the solution to them. And then there are some examples here of where that might be the case. So I've given a bit of a hint on some of the kind of, on the bear case, put it that way, but you know, there are huge opportunities that Europe could and should be leveraging as well. So I think it's important to remember that the tech giants over the coming decade aren't likely to be platforms like Google and Facebook. They'll be based on frontier technologies that Europe has a good chance of developing. And technologies like generative AI may well better support the European market and its linguistic and cultural climate. Europe has obviously areas of innovation that are still world beating. So for instance, public services such as health, energy and aerospace could be the basis for rising global tech leadership over the coming decade. The European tech leadership is becoming increasingly more connected, and supporting the attraction and retention of talents and skills are really, really important component of the whole ecosystem. And finally, we also see Europe closing the funding gap, the overall funding gap. So from the investor perspective, there is a potential market opportunity here for Europe as well, in that purpose-driven technology in Europe is also on the rise, responding to the need for changing priorities and the response to societal challenges. So that's a little bit of the context for the ADRA partnership. And our belief is that the public-private partner model could be kind of Europe's superpower in response to some of these challenges, and to help increase the investments required to drive the development and deployment of the technologies. So ADRA was founded in mid of 2021 by these founding organizations, so BDVA, Ellis, EuroAI, Claire, and Eurobotics, established ADRA, and ADRA then became the private side of the public-private partnership. This is essentially to drive the investment from the private side. So the European Commission commits to a 1.3 billion euro investment in research and innovation, and the idea is that ADRA creates the right mechanisms and frameworks by which private investment can get involved and help to channel some of these investments. Okay. In terms of our overall objectives, there are three. It's about securing European sovereignty in AI data and robotics technologies, taking a lead in technologies that impact the common good, and finally, that Europe succeeds in global competition in these areas. The way we engage with our various stakeholders is as follows, and the value that it delivers. Big industry have the opportunity to engage in that strategic level discussion, so not just on the priorities for research and innovation, but also setting out the strategy for Europe when it comes to AI data and robotics technologies. And this is both related to developers and end users of the technology. So SMEs and startups have an opportunity to engage and trial their products and services and help to position themselves in the developing AI data and robotics the kind of field, and help towards developing the response to socio-economic challenges. RTOs and universities feed in their research objectives, and they're able to collaborate with industry, and end users, public sector and NGOs have an opportunity to review what the societal impact of these technologies are. So one of the ways that ADRA is responding to the challenges that we face is in regards to the research innovation priorities, and something that I would encourage all of you to look at is the strategic research innovation and deployment agenda that we have online, and that's easy to be found if you just navigate to our website, and it's in the resources section. So this is really the document that kind of highlights how we approach the kind of questions of in the kind of area of research innovation, and what are the big ticket priorities that we should be focusing funding on. So that with this reader, we hope to lay a foundation for the digital future of Europe, maintaining and strengthening European industrial leadership in robotics, computer vision, and trustworthy AI technologies, just to give a sample of a few things. This is our board. I see a number of them are in the room today as well. Our board of directors, we also have a team of 3 small secretariat, growing secretariat. So Amaya and Christine are also with us today. And then finally, this is a bit of a snapshot of our current members. I think just quick moment to focus on some of the topic group activities that we're running at the moment. We have a number of topic groups that are both horizontal and vertical in focus. So the horizontal ones cover issues of policy, standards, legal issues, etc. And the vertical ones focus on more kind of sectorial interests. So we have topic groups working in manufacturing, healthcare, but we have some new topic groups that are very much tied to some of the things that European Commission colleagues are doing at the moment. So we've been tasked to develop a kind of generative AI for robotics policy and strategy that's currently being developed, as well as a kind of broader robotics strategy. So that's something that we're actually reaching out to the community and encouraging those with that kind of a knowledge and background to get in touch and see if we can get you involved in some way. So on that note, I'm going to finish and move on to the next session. And at this point, I'm going to be welcoming Adina to the stage.
Thank you very much. Please give me a second to switch presentations. One moment, please. It's somehow not working. You see it? Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm here today representing Idealist, which is the network of national contact points for Horizon Europe. Basically, we are a group of people who are present in every country in Europe and well beyond, so lots of associated countries as well as third countries. And our main role is to support you in your participation in Horizon Europe. So we offer services. First of all our network partners offer services nationally. So if you need local help, you can contact someone in your country who has the knowledge and expertise in Horizon Europe to give you advice about calls, about call content, about expectations from the Commission, and about general issues like legal, financial questions when you're preparing your proposal. At the level of the network, we also do offer you some services which can only be offered together, which is of our common interest because, of course, Horizon Europe consortia are typically multinational endeavors. Therefore, we try to support you as much as possible together with the partners of the network. So one of the services we offer is networking. Obviously, networking can only be done multinationally for these consortia. So the platform to register for this event was offered by Idealist. And I will explain a little bit what you can do on this platform beyond just registering for the event. So one of the important parts is that you create a profile of yourself online. And in this profile, you can put generic information, for example, about your organization, the type of areas that you work in, the expertise that you can offer in project consortia. You can also put online some cooperation offers. Now, cooperation offers can be various kinds. The most important one for this event is project cooperation. There you can select which Horizon Europe call you are interested in. You can also select if you're interested in a Digital Europe call. And it's not just the calls, the call topics that we are presenting today. We included in the system all the call topics that address the general area of this event. So if you're looking for cooperation partners in other AI call topics, you can find them and indicate them as well. So project ideas that you put online should, for most efficiency, should refer to the call topic that you would like to cooperate in. You can also present your expertise. That's very valuable if a consortium is looking for a partner. And we do encourage you that you put as much information online on your profile and your marketplace opportunities, because the system has various search features. So there are keyword searches, there are searches by topic, call topic. So those people who would like to find a partner find you best if you put the more content and the better content you put online in the system, the easier it is to find you as a potential collaboration partner. Now in the system, once you search for potential partners, you can also message them, and through the system you can also request a meeting with them. Now, the venue here is not big enough to have personal meetings, but we will keep the system open all the way up until the call deadlines. And that means that over the next few weeks, the next few months, even last minute, if a key partner drops out, you can find someone at your fingertips through the B2Match system. You can message them, request a meeting, and the system will help you set up a video meeting to discuss how you can collaborate. Now, in addition to offering this networking platform, at Idealist, we also offer various services, and I will highlight just a few of these. Many of you are familiar with how complex European programs are, how complicated and different topics you can find, not just in Horizon Europe, Digital Europe, other parts of the program. So we are building currently or updating our topic tree, which will show you the evolution of different topics. So you know what projects were financed in the past, what current calls are, how they differ from previous calls, and your NCP, your national contact point, can support you in giving additional background information on each of the topics. Furthermore, at this early stage, when you are thinking about your project idea, we have an online forum where you can submit your project idea and you will get expertise feedback from your national contact point on whether the project is in scope, what type of recommendations we can make in building your consortium, and all these important early questions that you would address. In addition, at a later stage, typically about 1 month before the call deadline, we offer you the opportunity to come to us and get a proposal check. A full proposal check is what we call it. This is a service where we hire experts who are experienced evaluators for the European Commission, 2 of them for each proposal, and for free you can have an online session with them, approximately 2 hours, and it will be like a mock evaluation, so they will go through with you all the evaluation criteria one by one and give you advice on how you can improve the proposal. Now, because of the call deadline for this call, this will be less than a month before the deadline, so early September, we will make an announcement about it soon. Okay, and where do you find us? So we have a website, obviously, but we're also online on social media. And on our website, you can find your national contact in each country. So thank you for your attention, and we hope you turn to us for support. Thank you.
So before we just move on to the next section, I'm going to welcome Leonardo onto stage. So Marian, unfortunately, wasn't able to make it, but Leonardo is going to present the DEP NCP network.
Yes, so it's a very short word for me. We were announced this morning, actually, that just like Edina presented, that there is an NCP network for Cluster 4 Digital. We also have one for the DEP that involves a little less countries than Idealist. But we're building it. We're not offering services to proposers, just like Idealist yet. So primarily the network is there to support and put together the NCPs. We're going to have some of us here today. You will find me, you will find Christian from the Netherlands, then you'll find other ones that you can have a word with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leonardo. So we move swiftly on to the next slot, which we'll introduce Philippe Schlan, Head of Sector Multilingualism, to present the DEP calls. So he's going to present the first, the 2 language calls, 01 and 02, and then we're going to stop for a round of questions, and then he'll present the fine-tune call, and again we'll focus on the questions. And then we're going to do a presentation on the alt edict. So Raphael is going to present the alt edict. You go, pass the microphone.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm Dafr Labib. I'm here with Philippe Jolin. So we are from Directorate G, the Data Directorate, and we are responsible for these 2 calls, Language 01 and Language 02, that will present today. Okay, so the presentation will be outlined as follows. So first I will give a bit of background and context of these 2 calls. Then I will go through the 2 calls, Language 01, which is a simple grant covering data and fine-tuning, and the second one, which is a CSA, covering the ecosystem around language technologies. So no need to mention the importance of large language models and language technology in general. As Cecile presented this morning, So she said that most of advancement in this field are coming from entities outside Europe. Thus the need for urgent European initiatives to cover this field. So among these, so that's why we are preparing these two calls and the call that Miguel will present in a minute, plus some other initiatives to build an ecosystem around large language models and language technology, like the language data space covering the data aspect, and the ALT-EDIC, the Alliance for Language Technology EDIC, covering the full ecosystem around language technologies. So as I said, there is an urgent need to establish such an ecosystem around large language models and language technology. Here I'm presenting our vision of such ecosystem, which lays on fundamental pillars, which are data, models, and services. So for the models, it's covered by many Horizon projects, but also in the DEP call that Miguel will present. And in these two calls, we are covering the data aspect, but also the fine-tuning aspect of these models to provide relevant services and applications of large language models. So the first call, it's a simple grant of 20 million euro with 50% funding rate, with a duration of 36 months. And it's important to mention that it's restricted under the Article 12.6, as Cecile mentioned. So this is an important aspect so that we can allow only entities which are controlled by Europe to apply as beneficiaries for these calls. But also this restriction applies for FSTP calls, financial support for third parties or cascade funding. So it's not only for beneficiaries, but it applies also for cascade funding, if any. So it's not required to have FSTP in this call, but it's allowed. So this is an important aspect to take into account. So the scope of this call is covering two work strands. The first one is to support data collection. So it's important that this data respects our cultural diversity, our European values and rules, such as copyright rules and GDPR. And also it's important to provide such data with sufficient quality and quantity, because this is important to have good enough large language models that will be trained on such data. So also this call should establish a repository of data, but also a repository of large language models, existing large language models that could be used for fine-tuning. So the second work strand is the fine-tuning of large language models. So the objective is to fine-tune, adapt, and support also the evaluation and optimization of existing large language models, and to facilitate their deployment in the industry and also for European SMEs. Another important point is also to support the ongoing maintenance of these fine-tuned models for the long term. So the expected outcomes of these calls is, of course, to facilitate access to data, but also to existing large language models through a repository of data sets for training models and for fine-tuning models, but also a repository of existing large language models, and to provide an infrastructure and services for fine-tuning large language models. It's important to mention here the requirements, what we want to have and what we are looking for in this call, and what we are not looking for. So it's important to remember that this is a deployment endeavor. It's under the digital work program, which is deployment, is not research. So what we are looking for is deployment project. I insist on this. Even though this field is very innovative and very research field, the field of large language models and their fine-tuning, but we believe that it's mature enough, and there is existing services that already exist. So that's why we are looking here for really deployment endeavors. So research institutes are welcome, but we are looking mainly for consortia that include mainly industrial partners. The second important point is to support the engagement of industry and SMEs. So that's why the funding rate is 50%. So we are not funding 100% these projects, so that it can fit into real business and real use case that the industry and SMEs are applying. We are looking also that we cover all European languages for both aspects, data and models, so that we cover our European language diversity and cultural diversity. Also, we are seeking synergy between existing European and member state initiatives. For example, all the member state initiatives regarding data and regarding large language models, but also the European ones like the Horizon project or the AI on-demand platform, the language data space, but also the ALT-EDIC, the Alliance for Language Technology EDIC. So the second call is Language 02. It's around building an ecosystem, around language technology and large language models. It's a CSA, coordination and support action, of 4 million with 100% funding rate. It's also restricted under 12.6 article. So the objective is to support the establishment of a European ecosystem around language technology. It will serve as advisory point, offering awareness raising to European stakeholders and industry. And it aims also to build a community around these technologies, and support SMEs and the industry in integrating large language models in their production workflows. It will also align with national initiatives within the member state and with European initiatives like the AI on-demand platform, the testing and experimentation facilities, digital innovation hubs, the language data space, the Euro-HPC joint undertaking, etc. So what we are looking for this specific call is a consortium that should be composed of representatives of member states. It will offer an inclusive ecosystem that does not exclude small SMEs or any relevant stakeholder in this field. And another important aspect is, since we are building an ecosystem, it should have a real sustainability plan to sustain the endeavor and to sustain this ecosystem around language technologies. And thank you very much for your attention, and we are ready to take your questions.
Thank you. Hi, Karim Hassan for the Catalonia government. Just a question on this excellence versus geographic distribution. Can you elaborate what was mentioned in the beginning, that you're looking really for this excellence in the, or does this not apply in this call, and you still, like, it's better to have a good distribution of the members participating in the consortium, referring to what your colleague said earlier?
No, excellence is a must.
But I mean, that it outweighs geographical correctness, so to say.
No, but one of the essential components is really the coverage of the languages. Okay, we want really to get an ecosystem which is balanced on all really the multilingual, really the European language coverage. That's important. But to do so, you also need to get the excellent people on board. So it's go together. So they are both important in this exercise and in this call. We're not going to put one instead of the other one. We want both. I'm sorry, but that's the reality of this exercise. Yes.
Maybe, a quick clarification with respect to what I said. It's mostly for the second one, where the geographical distribution is definitely not an argument. Here, there is a difference because it's based on multilingualism, and then you need to have data coming from all the different countries.
Yeah, that's a distinction, if you want, between the language 01 and language 02 and the fine-tuning. For the fine-tuning, you would have one, I'm not going to talk about it, but you will have one company being able to issue the fantastic models. That would be okay. Here, we are really building the ecosystem, so the network of all the different member states is a key exercise. Okay?
It's not a question of geographical distribution, but it's a question of language coverage.
Okay, should we go to the next presentation? Yes. We started late, so we're not going to, we're trying to catch up.
Good morning to all. I'm going to present the DEP call titled Making Available a High-Performance Open Source European Foundation Model for Fine-Tuning that is currently open. My presentation will deal with, first, a very brief background on generative AI. I will also describe other European Commission initiatives, and then I will describe briefly the details of the Digital Euro call fine-tune. Okay, so let's start with the I believe that we are all aware of the recent developments on generative AI and foundation models. And we are aware of the impact that is having right now in European society and economy. So I won't delve into that. Just to remind that this started really around June 2020, so we haven't had a lot of time to adapt to these new changes. I won't describe the generative AI value chains as we understand it. I just present it to indicate that we are focusing this call on foundation models, these large AI models that are the base for further development of applications using generative AI. As this call makes a reference of open source foundation models, I will remind you that right now there are different business models regarding the use of foundation models and generative AI applications. And using one of these business models is based on the use of open source foundation models together with model hubs where different entities and companies can access these models and run them and fine-tune them for their own purposes. Now we'll describe very briefly other initiatives of the European Commission regarding foundation models. The Global Artificial intelligence framework of the European Commission has 3 pillars. We are working on guardrails, we are working on governance, including international governance, and then we are also working on innovation. That is the focus of this event. Over all the 3 pillars, we have the AI Act, that is the main regulation that the European Commission has agreed to cover artificial intelligence topics. The call that I will describe later is part of a broader framework of initiatives that cover both Horizon Europe, that will be described this afternoon, Digital Europe, that focus on deployment and will be described now, and support to SMEs and deep tech companies, that is the EIC accelerator, that will be described later. As I will describe Horizon Europe later, I will only indicate now that there are 2 calls, one focusing on multimodal foundation models and another one in explainable and robust AI, and that both calls, their main focus is on research. On the other side, the European Innovation Council Accelerator Challenge, it focuses mostly on deep tech SMEs, and we aim to provide grants and funding for these SMEs. Also, you should also be aware of 2 main initiatives that the European Commission announced at the beginning of this year, the AI Factories and the Gen AI for EU initiative. On the AI Factories, basically, the European Commission has amended the regulation of EuroHPC to focus some of the supercomputers under EuroHPC, the European entity that manages supercomputers funded by the European Commission, to focus more into artificial intelligence and development of large foundation models. I won't describe the details right now, but you should be aware that there will be a set of initiatives and entities that will support the developers of large AI models to use this kind of supercomputers. On the Gen AI for EU initiative, I would like just to indicate that, okay, there is an echo, I believe, that, so, and it seems that I have broken it, so, can you see it perfectly? Okay, let me.
We can see, Miguel.
Okay. Maybe, Edina, can you help me? Okay, now it's okay, perfect. Okay, so basically we aim to foster the uptake of generative AI in Europe. We are focusing in the 14 strategic industrial ecosystems, but our aim is to foster the uptake of generative AI in around all EU economy. And now we'll start describing the details of the call. So first thing is the main objective of this action is the development of making available one open source large language foundation model that is expected to be used by private and public users. This is an SME action. Later I will describe the details of this type of action. The indicative budget is 25 million and the indicative duration is 24 to 36 months. The participation is open to the eligible countries, EU countries, EA countries, and other participating countries, although you should be aware that this call is under 12.6 article regarding security, and that places strong restrictions on the type of entities outside the European Union that can participate. The expected outcomes are 2. The main one is the development of a high-performance European large language model that will be released, including all relevant components. Important to know, we are not looking for an open weight model. We expect the model to be released, including datasets, the code base for training, inference, and validation, and also the weights of the model. The other main component that we are looking for is the development of a strong community around this model, establishing a coordination framework that will articulate the different members of the community collaborating in the development of this model. Okay. Well, what is the scope? The scope is we are looking for a European large language foundation model that should be a scaling up, understanding that as a scaling up of capabilities of an existing open source foundation model. We are looking for the coverage of all the official EU languages. Computing resources should be used, obtained from the EuroHPC or other national HPC facilities. And the model, once that is developed and trained and fine-tuned and validated, should be made available to several European platforms, such as the Alt EDIC Action, or the AI on Demand platform, together with other potential European platforms that might exist at the end of the project. Some elements to take into account is that we expect these proposals applying to this action to coordinate and build on existing and related actions under Horizon Europe and Digital Europe program. As I indicated before, security restrictions apply under Article 12.6, and that should be, you should consult that because they will place restrictions on the type of eligible partners. We expect this model to be usable. This is, as it was said before, DEP focuses on deployment, not on research. And we expect that attention will be paid to performance, transparency, and security in compliance with the Act that has already been agreed. Regarding the fact that this is an SME action support action, that means that the funding rate will be 50% for all partners, but for SMEs will be 75%. So what are we looking for? We are looking for a foundation language foundation model that is competent in all official EU languages, ensuring basic functionality and understanding. I mean, we aim to cover all EU languages, as we have EU languages that have high resource and others that are lower resource. We understand that the performance won't be the same for all languages, but we expect at least basic functionality understanding for all EU official languages. We expect that model to be useful by SMEs, so it should be feasible for a SME with some technical expertise to fine-tune the model. We aim to create an open source community around such a model. And we are looking for actors with significant technological expertise on this field. This is a very recent field. There are not so many actors that have technical experience on how to develop large language models. We are looking for such actors to participate in this consortium. We also are looking for link with other European actions like the EDIC, the AI on Demand, or similar European projects. Now, what we would rather not have? Foundation models that cover only some of the EU official languages. Although we understand that not all languages will have the same coverage and performance, we expect the model to cover all of them. Foundation models that only some of the artifacts are released. For example, open weight foundation models, like some that are quite common nowadays, are not part of this call. Lack of relevant players with significant experience developing foundation models. I mean, we know that expertise is scarce, but we want players that have significant experience developing this kind of systems to participate in this call. And a proposal focused on research and not on deployment. Although we understand that we are pushing the technology right now when requiring a functional model, large language model covering all the official EU languages, we are focusing on obtaining as an outcome an usable model. We are not interested in research artifacts, but something that will be usable by other actors and companies within Europe. The consortium can be formed by different actors. The important thing is that some of those actors should have significant experience in developing foundation models. This could be private companies, SMEs, startups, research and technological organizations, higher education entities, ethics, or a combination of these. But for sure, there should be a core of significant expertise and experience in developing large language models. Here, I guess that we will share the slide later. You have the text to the call, but all the information is available at the Funding and Tenders portal. I would recommend to read the call text, as there you will have detailed descriptions regarding the application of 12.6 and the security restrictions. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm open to any question that you might have. Thank you. Yes, please. Can you? Where is the microphone? Here, I will. Okay, could you indicate your name, please?
I am Jean-Pierre Lauré, l'Inagora. I am a bit confused by what you told us on your first slide. You spoke about the development of a large language models, and then on the next slide, you spoke about scaling up an existing language models. So my question is, are you looking for a consortium that will develop new models from scratch, or reusing an existing one, as far as there are already open source language models?
Yeah. We are looking for a model that will be developed from scratch, will be trained from scratch using a dataset, but building on previous work done already in a different previous models. For example, we are not looking for a model like AYA, that is a fine-tuned model from a previous MT5 model. We are looking for a model trained from scratch. But then we expect that the proposals will build on previous work already done on large language models.
Any more questions? Okay.
Yes.
What do you call open source model?
Right now,
because
right now
as far as we refer to open source definition for software, open source is based on the four freedom, which one is a freedom to study. And most of the already available, let's say, open source models are said to be open source, but they don't provide any information about data, and they are not providing data. So are you waiting for what we call real open source with data and so on, or?
Actually, that's, we mentioned explicitly here on the call text. Open source is a very fluid concept right now in the artificial intelligence and the large language models community. We are looking for models where all the artifacts will be released. That includes datasets, that includes the relevant code base covering training, inference, and validation, and also the weights. We are, as I indicated, we are not looking for open weight models, the style of Llama 2 or Llama 1. We are looking for models where all the relevant artifacts will be released so that the European community that is created around that model can continue the work. Training and improving the model, but also being able to use the datasets for other means. If your question is, are open weight models covered? No. I mean, an open weight model would not fulfill the requirements of this call. For example, Llama as a model that is kind of, just a fine-tuning of Llama 2 would not be acceptable for this call.
Thank you. Great, thank you very much. Any more questions? Over here.
You said you need participants with some significant experience in the field of training a large language model or small language models. What would be like the minimal requirement for, say, a startup to be part of this?
That's not something I can provide a clear guideline. There are different actors with different experience. I mean, I would say that would be assessed by the experts if the experience that the company has is enough. I would start at least with some experience developing and training a large language model.
Thank you.
But that I cannot provide a more detailed answer because it will depend on the details of the proposal and how the different skills are covered by the different members of the consortium.
Great. Any more questions from the room or online? I can't see if there's any questions coming through online, but please, if you do have a question, put your mic on and ask it. I think.
Okay, thank you.
We can close the session. Thanks very much, Miguel. And we're going to move on to pitches for these calls. So.
We have a question in the chat, Philippe.
Yes, could you? Yes, please ask it. Yep.
Yeah, we have there. When are the open source results expected to be released?
Jen, could you repeat the question, please?
When are the open source results expected to be released?
Models. When?
Yes, if I may clarify, this is Sofia Tequerido from Netcompany Indrasoft. There has been a discussion within, for example, running projects, whether the open source results need to be created from the start while being in development, or they should be released as open source when they are mature at a later stage of the project execution.
That is for the proposal to decide the proper timeline. For sure, at the end of the project, when the train model is released, all the relevant artifacts should be released. Some artifacts might be released before, like for example, the Olmo project has released the datasets before releasing the train weights.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. So we're going to welcome the first presenter, Jan Heij, to present his pitch. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Do we have some? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm Jan Heij from Prague, Czech Republic, from the Charles University. I'm currently coordinating the HPLT project, High Performance Language Technology, which is actually developing open source large language models, even though that's a regular sized innovation action. So we will definitely have a generative language model in the end, but we are concentrating on sort of smaller size models, which we already released. Actually, we released BERT-like models in 75 languages already, plus the data. So we are sort of on the way to have some of the resources necessary for what Miguel was just talking about here for the fine-tune call. So we are already talking to many parts of the. Oops, sorry. Okay. Here it is. So this is the current consortium that we have put together. Us as a coordinator, we have in the core consortium, we have the Lion organization, which has significant experience in building language models and which also represents the Jülich Computing Center, because of course it is essential to have the European HPCs involved because of the computing power necessary to actually build a model. And this is sort of an answer to the question that someone asked just a few minutes ago. We do plan to release preliminary models in this project, maybe once, maybe twice before the final release. So things should be available in the meantime, again, if we have enough computing power in the proposal, which we hope we will have. We also have several ALICE units. If you know, ALICE is the organization of sort of standard machine learning. It's all over Europe. There are two other organizations, URI and CLAIRE, but in this proposal, we would like to engage several of the ALICE units. And then we have some other partners, mostly academic partners, with enough and wide experience in building language models. So for example, the recently released models in cooperation of the HPLT and other projects, we have released already generative models in the Nordic languages and a large Finnish models and so on. And these people should be also part of the consortium, and then others. Now, why I am talking to you here is that we actually need maybe one, maybe two experienced SMEs with at least some experience with building language models. I understand there are probably not many SMEs in Europe who have built large language models from scratch, like of significant large language models. But we definitely would be able to have some SMEs which did substantial fine-tuning, for example, have experience with at least working with tens of billion parameter models, and be able to do anything in the direction either multilinguality, which is essential in this project, but also the things which are maybe not essential in this project, but which might be useful to demonstrate, and that's multimodality, or which includes speech, for example, right? Because so many people are using Whisper today, but we would need to have a European one on that front as well. Remember, SMEs can get up to 75%, which is much better than we as a university. So you only have to co-fund 25%. So this is all I wanted to pitch today. And if you want to contact me, just write me an email. You can have a look at the HPLT project website and the data sets and the models which have been already released and see what's there. Or you can look what we are doing at Charles University as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan. And we're going to be welcoming the next pitch, Raphael. It's already.
Dear, dear colleagues, dear partners, dear future partners, my name is Raphaël. I come from the French Ministry of Economy, and I represent today the Alliance for Language Technologies, which is an organization of European states, which is going to become the reference on the European continent for everything that has to do with large language models. As you know, the availability of large language models and data to train these models on all European languages is a very important topic for the competitiveness and the sovereignty of the AI systems that we will use in academia and in the economic ecosystem in Europe. Now, to achieve these goals, European member states have joined in order to structure and aggregate data amongst themselves for LLM training, to host services for LLM fine-tuning, evaluation, and all other things which can help the circulation of these models in Europe. And finally, we also wish to endorse a role to federate the economic and academic LLM ecosystems in Europe, to take the LLMs to those use cases where they will produce the high gains of productivity which are expected from this technology. Now, as an organization of European member states, the Alliance for Language Technologies has a budget of 27 million euros for the 3 years to come, and more countries are joining, in addition to the ones that are listed here on my slide. Now, to kickstart our activities, we wish for actors of the LLM ecosystem to partner with us in the Digital Europe program calls Language and Fine-Tune that we're talking about today. So the advantages for our future partners will, of course, be first-hand access to high-quality data, which will be aggregated by the ALT, by the Alliance. Of course, close collaboration with member states in order to develop best practices, including on everything that has to do with compliance, trustworthiness, transparency, and our activities. And of course, public funding for the R&D that will be developed in these calls, in addition to the DEP funds. And finally, an increased visibility at the European level and administrative and political support by the Alliance. So if you're here to represent a government, then please come in contact to join the Alliance. If you are here to represent a business or research organization in the LLM, please come into contact and join our consortium to respond to the language and the fine-tune calls. Today, I will be present all day, and you can also write to my colleague from the Ministry of Culture, which is also helping out in this initiative. His name is Thibaut Groas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raphael. Okay, and next we have Hadrian Goto. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. So I'm here to present OpenLLM, which is an initiative Jan told a little bit about, because we are talking together also with Raphael to be part of the consortium for the third call of ALTEDIC about the foundation model. So I'll try to keep it short and explain what we are doing in OpenLLM. So I will keep it short, so I won't talk about that. But our approach is to build inclusive, efficient, and ethical LLM models for low-resource European languages, and especially for the French language, because we started in French with two models. The first one was a fine-tune from the Falcon model, and the second one is a foundation model from scratch that we are developing at the moment. And our approach is to build models in an end-to-end open source approach. So with the data should be open, the code and the weights of the models should be open. We also have a community of developers, industrial partners that work with us, and so that's on a Discord server. I will send you the link if you are interested to participate in. It's like completely open, so you can also follow the advancement of our models. So here is the breakdown of the community. And a few partners, because we were created by Linagora, which you can see here, which is a French SME company in software development, and we partnered with a few other actors from academia and from industry to develop, to participate in a French program which is called Digital Commons for Generative AI. And we've been selected, and we still wait to see exactly how much fund that we will get from the French government. But the idea is to build a foundation model and to gather data in French for many use cases. So that's a few things about our models. So we started speaking with a lot of players in the field in Europe. So here are a few of them. We haven't spoken to everyone on the list, but to many of them to collaborate together. And we also, if you're interested, we published all this information. There is a public list on our GitHub that you can also modify and add projects on, and it's kind of an index of all all European LLMs in local languages. So it's maybe interesting for some of you. That would be in a few words of value proposition to participate in a consortium. So first, the end-to-end approach to open source and a significant experience in data gathering and the structure of data specifically for Latin languages. On the model side, we've worked a lot on the tokenizer, especially for non-English languages, and also an experience in training models on NVIDIA GPUs, especially the French Gen C supercomputer. Yeah, if you want to contact us, I'm here today. Michel Marimaudet, you can also contact Michel Marimaudet on his email, and Jean-Pierre, who is the R&D director at Linagora, also, of course, works a lot with us. He's here today, and so here is the link to join the community if you want to join it. I can also send it to you later. And so if you're interested in building models together, we can talk later today. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
So I think those are all the pitches for the Digital Europe program call. I'm just going to ask whether anybody has any final questions on these calls before we move on, even online. In which case, and remarkably, we've managed to make up the half an hour. So I think we can just take a brief break for a coffee over 15 minutes, and we'll come back. We'll focus on the EIC calls, and then we can move into lunch. Okay, thank you very much.
Philippe? Philippe, this is Jim speaking. Do you hear me?
Welcome back, everyone. I think we're going to be starting the next session in a moment. That's going to cover the EIC Accelerator, human-centric generative AI made in Europe. And I'm going to welcome Miguel Angel Rubio to the platform in a moment. Great, thanks very much, everyone. I'm just going to hand straight over to Miguel, who, like I said, is going to present the EIC Accelerator, and then we'll be taking questions after the presentation.
Thank you, Philip. Okay, good morning to all again. Okay, so hopefully I won't break anything. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to present an European Innovation Council Accelerator Challenge. That's name is Human-Centric Generative AI Made in Europe. Again, this talk is going to be similarly structured to the previous one. I will present a background on generative AI. I will be brief because I have already presented the most relevant aspects. I will present also other European Commission initiatives as I have presented them before, and I will present them later. I won't be too long there. And then I will present the main elements of the Accelerator Challenge that is the focus of this talk. So, okay, so, well, again, I believe that in this room, we are all aware of the impact that generative AI, general purpose AI, and foundation models have had in the development of the artificial intelligence field, and also in the future impact on European economy and society. So I would like to emphasize that from the point of view of the European Commission, this technology has a really important strategic importance, and that's why we are focusing so much effort and different initiatives to try to foster the development of these kind of technologies in Europe. Oh, I have broken it. Okay. Since I have broken it again. So maybe so. Okay. Okay. Okay, so perfect. Well, as I said before, the first widely deployed general purpose model was GPT-3, June 2020. There were several large language models before, but this is the first one that was made the community realize the potential of this kind of models. So we can say that the technology has started to develop from June 2020. In this call, we are focusing on generative AI models, so it's important to realize that there are plenty of capabilities associated to general AI models, general foundation model, purpose AI models. We have writing code, we have audio, we have video, we have images, we have biological data. We are also working now with time series. So, and we have plenty of actors at the global level that are working on these kind of technologies. We, in Europe, need to follow these trends and try to foster the development of these kind of technologies following European values. I won't delve into details of the potential applications or sample applications. I will only indicate that there are already significant applications in healthcare, also in climate change and environmental stability, with the development of new powerful foundation models for climate forecast. Also, we have some examples in robotics and manufacturing. There has been several recent developments from American companies regarding foundation models applied to robotics. We expect similar foundation models to be developed in the near future in the manufacturing sector. And also, cybersecurity is one of the most relevant and also most impactful due to the critical aspects associated to cybersecurity, where foundation models are expected to have to change the field. Yeah. So, yes. So for me to which one should I select? Okay. No. Okay. Well, again, I present the generative AI value chain as we understand it, just to indicate that this call focuses in two levels of this value chain. We will be focusing on the foundation model level and also in the model hubs and MLOps level. I mean, companies that develop tools that support the development of foundation models and the development of generative AI applications. Again, in this case, we are not focusing only on open source models. We are focusing on any type of foundation models. So we have different business models like the end-to-end apps or the closed source models, like, for example, applications based on OpenAI ChatGPT model. About other European Commission initiatives, I have already described this. So here I present because I believe it's important to understand that the European Commission is presenting several initiatives covering different aspects, going from research under Horizon Europe to the funding of deep tech SMEs under the EIC accelerator that I will be presenting now. So this is part of the broad framework. I will be presenting the Horizon Europe call this afternoon, so I will not depth. I have just presented the Digital Europe fine-tune call, so no need to. And again, we have already discussed the context of that where we are. Here, I would like to indicate an additional initiative that is the Large AI Grant Challenge, as this is an initiative that was focused on SMEs, deep tech SMEs with experience in training foundation models or with expertise required to train foundation models. We have to say that we receive a significant number of applications, around 80. So we believe that right now in the European ecosystem, there are a significant number of actors, economic actors, that are able to manage the development of this kind of large AI systems using distributed computing systems. And now we'll present the accelerator challenge. So first thing that to understand is that accelerator challenges focus on providing grants and seed investment to deep tech SMEs that aim to scale up or provide significant evolution of the technology. So this is mostly focused on SMEs that are working, in this case, in the generative AI. What is our aim? What is our scope? We aim to foster the European human-centric approach to artificial intelligence. We want SMEs that will develop AI models that focus on issues like transparency and trust. We believe that European AI startups, as I commented before, we got over 80 proposals for the Large AI Grant Challenge, have the potential to develop the next generation of generative AI models. And that's what this Accelerator Challenge will try to foster. What are the specific objectives? This Accelerator Challenge aims to foster the development of foundation models and multimodal frontier models that are to be understood as models that are at the cutting edge of certain capabilities for the model. Frontier models should not be understood only as size, should be understood as a concept regarding capabilities. But this call also focuses on smaller foundation models that show highly promising performance in certain specific domains. Maybe we are talking about mobile systems, maybe we are talking to embedded systems. I mean, we are looking not only for the cutting edge capabilities in large AI and multimodal AI models, but also to models that are competitive in the specific domains. What we expect to obtain with this accelerator challenge to reinforce the development of foundation models that have a distinct European focus. This European focus should be seen in their trustworthy and ethical approach and also in their compliance with the AI Act. Hopefully, this initiative and the rest of initiatives that the European Commission is undertaking under the different programs will reduce the dependencies that right now European economy has regarding large AI models and general purpose AI models, and enhance the development of technologies within European context and with European values. What are the targeted applicants? First thing, this is focused primarily on SMEs developing models. I mean, we are offering this type of actions to SMEs that develop large language models, foundation models, multimodal models. See that in this case, we are not talking only about language models. We understand foundation models to be a much wider category that includes, for example, climate prediction, multimodal, time series. So any company that is working on large AI with general purpose capabilities should be able to apply to this call. But not only them, also SMEs that are providing innovative tools and infrastructure to this kind of companies and the development of this kind of foundation models. Those include companies working on automatic red teaming, as there are some already, companies offering potential platforms for hosting this kind of systems, companies offering tools and code base that might support the training of these kind of foundation models in specific domains. So this is a call that is not only focusing on the SMEs that are developing and training the foundation models, but also all those SMEs that are building the ecosystem around such companies, supporting their work, developing and training foundation models. This is a call that is focused in Europe, and for sure we expect the SMEs that are working with this in this area to focus and deploy artificial intelligence systems that are compatible with European values and the AI Act. There are one specific condition in this call, as in most calls regarding foundation models. There are security restrictions, and in this case, the restriction is that beneficiaries and recipients of this funding must not be directly or indirectly controlled by a non-associated third country or a legal entity established in a non-associated third country. So again, there are security constraints that if any of the participants in this meeting are interested, I would recommend to check, because they limit the type of entities that can apply to this kind of entities. Anyway, most European entities based in the European Union should be able to apply. The indicated budget is 50 million, and that will be spread between different SMEs. As I said, there can be funding provided as form of grants and also as a seed investment for development of the company. There is additional, although this is an indicative budget, there are additional sources of funding that could be used if this budget is completed. And is. The process is kind of a little bit more complex because this is funding for SMEs. So SMEs are expected to provide a short application, and they can provide any short application at any time. That short application will be screened and will be reviewed, and those applications that are deemed to be interesting will be invited to provide a full application. And then there was a cutoff date, the 13th of February. There will be a second cutoff date, the 4th of September. So if any of you is interested in applying for the EIC accelerator funding, I would recommend to start the application soon, because there will be a time window between that you apply, you submit the short application, you are invited to the full application, you will receive some coaching regarding the full application, and then you should submit it before the 4th of September. And with this, I would like to thank you, and I'm open to any questions or comments that you might have. Please, I will give you a mic. Okay, I will give you this. Please, could you
maybe just a quick question about these foundation models, right? So there's no good definition of foundation models, right? So it's we all know what we talk about, sort of, right? But there's no clear definition. So what would be an operational definition of foundation model which would fit this call, so that reviewer will say, well, this is not foundational model at all, right?
Your name, please?
Marko Grobelnik, Josef Stefan Institute, Slovenia.
Okay, thank you. There is no technical operational definition of foundation models. We have already some legal definitions coming both from the AI Act and from the White House Executive Order. Right now, I understand a foundation model as any system that is trained on a broad variety of data, and that without any specific objective, and that shows general purpose capabilities. So any model that falls under this broad definition, especially the area where you can show that the model has general purpose capabilities and the possibility to use it to different views, should be acceptable. That will be assessed by a panel of experts, but I think that right now, especially with the kind of example we're giving, I mean, we are talking about weather forecasting foundation models, we are talking about robotics foundation models. There are already several time series foundation models. So basically, if you can show that the model, that you have a machine learning model that has been trained on a wide variety of data sets, and it shows general purpose capabilities, that would fall under this.
But it's assessment of reviewers at the end. Perception
for sure. In the end, all our actions do have a panel of experts that will assess according to the state of the art at the moment.
Yeah, this is semi-answer, right?
Well, it's the best answer that I can provide right now. I believe that right now, using the AI Act definition or the White House Executive Order definition for foundation models would not be very operational in this context.
Thanks for the presentation. Tim Llewellyn from Bonsais. I just have a question on the eligible countries and restrictions. Are there any takeover provisions of the EIC accelerator? So you want sovereignty from the startups, but obviously there could be acquisition of those startups by foreign entities. So I'm just wondering if there's any constraints on that or protections.
I would recommend to check the detailed text of the call for that. I can indicate that we are looking both to the country of establishment and also the controlling entities. So it's both. I mean, we need then that the company is established in an eligible country, and also that there is no external actor controlling that company from a non-eligible country.
Okay, at the time of funding. So, but after, there's no clawback or any way to get like.
That's once that the ESC provides funding, there are some restrictions that can be applied because there is a, I mean, especially in the case of providing investment seeds, there will be a contract, and then there is the ESC has some rights regarding the entrance of new participants to the company. Okay. But that's something that must be discussed in every single use case. But then for sure, in some cases, the EIC will reserve their right to say, comment on the entrance of the specific partners.
Oh, thank you.
Any more questions?
Sorry, in relation to the alignment of SME activities with European values and specifically the AI Act, we're already hearing from SMEs we work with who are not getting venture funding because they can't articulate the safeguards they're putting in place. And I think at the moment, you know, the AI Act just says, you know, you need to align with fundamental rights, but then there's very little else there. There's only going to be partial guidance, I think, from the harmonized standards. So is there any activities going on in terms of how to help SMEs, you know, do the assessments that allow them to show to investors, including the Commission, that they have the right safeguards in place?
Your name, please?
Sorry?
Your name?
I'm David Lewis from the ADAPT Centre in Trinity College Dublin.
Okay, thank you. Well, the regulatory area is not my expertise, so I cannot provide detailed information. I can indicate that right now the AI office, that is an entity within the European Commission that will handle the enforcement and regulation of artificial intelligence, has already started, and that it is expected to provide guidance to several aspects related to the implementation and enforcement of the AI Act. So a non-detailed answer would be, yes, there are already activities going on to help SMEs to follow, and probably there will be several actions that will invite the European ecosystem to participate in the elaboration of those guidance. But then that's part of the work that the AI office will learn in the upcoming months.
Thanks very much. Any more questions? Also online, anybody online want to ask any questions? I didn't see anything in the chat immediately, but no. No more in the room.
So here it's written like primarily SMEs, right? So this doesn't preclude, right, that consortia could be combined with research and SMEs, or?
No, accelerator is focused on SMEs. When it says primarily, it indicates primarily SMEs developing foundation models. But I mean, although I cannot provide a definite answer, my understanding is that the accelerator challenge is focused mostly on SMEs.
Mostly on SMEs.
Yeah, so
what about the size of the grants or proposal?
Well, I mean, the
budget is 50 million, right? So
I mean, it depends on the use case, but I believe that the investment seed can be up to 15 millions, 1.5, and the grants can be a couple of millions. Mm-hmm. But then I would recommend, if you are interested in the details, to read the call text.
Just checking any more questions in the room. I'm going to check the chat. I don't think so.
We have one question in the chats, Philippe.
Yep. Is it, so the question is from Igor Rubinovich, is it limited to partnerships? Can a single applicant apply?
As far as I understand, a single SME can apply to this accelerator challenge.
Okay. Great. Just for the moment, but I think there are no more questions. Okay. we can, in that case, bring this session to a close a little bit earlier than expected. We now, for the kind of in-person participants, move to a lunch break and networking. So that's between now and 2 o'clock. From 2 o'clock, we'll restart the sessions, where we're going to be doing a number of presentations on the European AI data and robotics ecosystem. Then we'll move to the Horizon Europe session at 3 o'clock, and Miguel will be presenting the new Horizon Europe calls, the full text of those, where you'll be able to ask more questions. But we're also going to bring a few people to join us in a panel discussion that will hopefully give you a little bit of sense of what is expected with those calls. It will bring together some key experts from across Europe, and hopefully, and again, we'll be able to open it up to this to a bit of a discussion and questions from then. And I believe we also have a few pitches for the Horizon Europe calls as well. But for the moment, we're gonna close it. We're gonna come back at 2 o'clock after the lunch break. So thank you very much again, and we'll speak to you shortly.
because we are sometimes in contact with CN. Yeah, but okay, okay, okay. Because we have a similar type of network and more on the mobility sector. I don't think we are structure. They have
Yeah, that they might be complicated somehow, like 10 years after we can discover some. Because it's one of the yeah, but it's more complicated because it's another sensitive way.
Part of the committee?
No, I'm representing for.
Okay.
We are our neighbors. Yeah, we are neighbors. Maybe one day we will organize something in our office.
There was something relevant for you yesterday. There was this panel where they were not part of ALPA. What we learned yesterday is other countries, they actually support their startups or SMEs to be part of ALPA. Then we were France even. Okay.
I'll try to do it.
Okay, good. Because yeah, we have very little which have big potential. But they might not be aware at all of what's happening at home. There is a national that could be.
Might be very interesting. We have a one, two, kind of public-private and members. Tenants, your idea. Private entity, private public entity. Because they are private public, they were able to enter. Maybe the next level will be a private.
Yeah, this one was. They were never in our project, but they got EIB funding. They were bringing, which allowed them to bring AI into that. Is there community around?
Yes, but now we they focus more on AI. Trying to rather. Yes, they're involved in AI.
Yeah, the AI forum, yeah. Identify who are the actors known, in Gen AI as well, and we see from countries. But we don't have the full overview. The more information we have, the better we can inform them as well about what's happening. With the AI package, then we will try to like to help them to bring that closer to market. Infrastructure we put some like the decision the ADR and the platform as well. So all these tools goes to help bring. So yeah, so these are but I understand that when you work in your region or so, you're not necessarily aware or interested. There are also some of them focusing on in public sector that you were saying in your country. Gen AI in public sector.
Yeah, it's actually there is a lot of happening, a lot of review our because we mapping.
That would be
I'm like mainly cluster number 4 and 3. And we are based in Brussels.
Yeah, where we're in touch with Cluster 3.
Yeah.
They have a workshop soon on Gen AI inside. So this is another. So we are trying to see in all the other cluster work tested, validated, solve the policy needs. Just home, but home we all. We're going to develop probably something in the future, but there is nothing. I mean, we talk to people.
I mean, just new. Maybe that's something that we could do. Developing a new website would be a really good opportunity to, and something that has a much more dedicated partnership.
That's I don't know if you're connecting to AI on the manufacturing. Their activities also know.
And I think it's kind of a meeting. Right now, we just need to but that's the idea. There are ongoing discussions.
Good. That was the intention. Yeah. No. The thing is, what we want to.
No. This is not.
This another one.
No. This is short to medium term is just to make ours look nicer, more accessible, easier, and then the idea is. Yeah. Exactly.
But it's really nowadays function is without the website or like other external platforms. I get used to like Gmail, Facebook works quite well. There is a LinkedIn that works quite well. Then if
Not
you're
all
not having any tool, people are disappointed because they hold them and whatever they like. Yeah, let's have a lunch there.
Yeah.
I will my cards.
Thank you.
Will be interested about
Connect you with some colleagues.
yes,
so
and
the unit
not
working on the landscape and things like that.
autumn we will definitely. It works in the way more present to that's the other part of the writing country that somehow hidden in the national fund. Are afraid to go in international.
Yeah, because recently our director was supposed to what's happening there, and then we did a little bit of search, and there seemed to be a lot of go in and go and search for the information, it might not be abused. So that's these are things.
Yeah, and actually our office was the first promoting all the Polish applicants were like
it's again one thing this language models, yeah, covering all the languages could maybe
and you can
make
have
things
like
more fair.
some publish the website.
Of course.
That's one consideration for all new websites. The tools now allow for
Yesterday I was at an event interesting on manufacturing robotics organized by DG but I learned something interesting that ADR participation, some countries pay for their startup, pay for the membership. It was Turkey, I think. And, yesterday there was an AD from, there was a startup from Poland on stage. And yeah, I was wondering whether you know about something maybe NCPs and see the opportunity. Ways, like you know,
partnership
visibility.
Partnership piece?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know in Hungary I've been pushing it forever, but
yeah. So you were aware about this mechanism. Yes. I was not aware of this mechanism, and I thought, okay, interesting.
Well, I wasn't aware, but others do it. But I wanted to do it to make it easier because you know, every cost.
Yeah. No, that's true. And the barrier, but
it's the time, I think. That's the biggest because I don't engage in the work groups or anything. Then it's
the added value you pay for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. We couldn't publish it ahead of time
that's
because
fine.
it was way too
Oh, right. Okay. That's really fresh.
So that's why we sort of. This is, I think, first there will be a presentation about the ecosystem, and then afterwards about the Horizon. That's well, it's for 6, but at the time we
Open and flexible,
attention of everyone from AIA. Was the only.
Watch your hands.
No. No, but it's okay. Are you sure? Yeah, yeah. Because there is still food, like go and fetch. It's easy to because it's sandwiches. Oh, it's thanks. Oh.
Sorry, so I just made a call. We have a list, so I can send it out, but I think program committee. Yeah, that might be another because it was mentioned that meetings. Because I'm at both organizations, so I see both sides. But that was another thing. That would be great if you can send me. I have a question. Do you know? I mean, there were some trouble. Really? Yeah. So when I stop sharing presentation, it should go back to showing the room. No, it shows the room when you stop. Never switched, even I mean when they're on the shared screen and not it. There's a phone number. Can you have chance number? No, just send an email. Because and everyone was stopped. I also have I don't know whose this is.
Yeah, no, he said which one for Yeah, no, I was over there, but I was upstairs. I don't think it's Ah, c'est super intéressant ça. Là, c'est vraiment. Voilà, en Angleterre, ouais, en Angleterre. Ça, c'est bon. Et vous êtes connecté au niveau Angleterre, mais voilà, voilà. Voilà. Si on a ouais. Avant cette vague de AI, et même comment pas mal quand même.
I don't have a screen, something so similar
It's
to
and Chem?
He's the one who gave us the number.
Yeah, I already emailed Chem and I already called the number. And he also called him and he's not replying. And I know he has my phone number, but he never called me. The guy, the technician guy.
Voilà, oui, il faudrait pas. Non, vaut mieux se connecter. C'est pas l'idéal. Non, mais c'est au niveau des ressources. Mais bon, il y en a un qui va probablement faire les outils et l'autre va les implémenter. Il y a cette voilà. Comme ça qui va se faire.
Right, I'm just going to try to model. Right. Sorry. Right.
Oui, ben voilà. Oui, voilà. Donc vous avez bien suivi toutes les étapes. Oui, parce qu'on a vu que des fois oui,
Oh, Chen is on the phone. What exactly is the issue?
We are room Bray 04 auditorium.
What?
Wait. Room Bray. Alors que les métiers sont peut-être un peu... Pardon. Oui. Le souci, c'est you cannot present, right?
Yes, it's showing a screensaver on the...
C'est qu'on ne peut pas présenter avec l'ordinateur.
parce que en fait, il y avait la discussion.
Toi, tu vois, mais pas sur l'écran, en fait. En fait, on voit pas sur les télés. Ouais.
La terminologie des acteurs.
Attends, là on voit. On voit là. Ok, et là on voit la présentation sur les télés. Oui, là c'est bon. Super. Ouais, merci. Ok, je vais enregistrer ton numéro et tout parce que là, je ne sais pas qui m'appelle. Merci beaucoup, Chem. Okay. Sorry, now I have Chem's number.
I think this might be Cecile.
She left.
Lukik először találkozom. Igen. Örülök, hogy most végre úgy személyesen találkozom. Elég sokat. Szerintem harcni fogok. Lehet. Igen, igen. Szerintem régebben is megismertem. Kóstolták.
That would be, yeah, definitely. It doesn't work. On the DG Connect laptop. No. Oh,
Hello, everyone. We're going to be restarting the session in a couple of minutes. We're just waiting for our participants to come in, and we'll get our slides and presentations started.
It makes sense to start with the package and then go to the... I'm back in a second, in 1 minute.
Sent you over by email the running order, so you know we start with the PDF ones and on-site ones, then PDF remote, then PPT, all in one file for the rest. And there are some who didn't send anything.
So welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session. In a moment, I'm going to invite Cécile Houet on as the first speaker. We also have a couple of online presenters. So Ilka Lakanyemi from Aalto University is going to present Deploy AI and AI on Demand platform. And Kristina Karanikolova is going to from TNO is going to present the AI ecosystem mapping. Then we'll take a short round of questions before moving on to the session on Horizon Europe and the kind of full presentation of the Horizon Europe calls. But I see Cécile's ready to come on stage, so I'm going to invite her up to deliver her presentation on the European AI Innovation Package.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Okay, we use this to move the slide. Okay. Good afternoon again, everyone. So after a bit of rush this morning to start the event, so we know we caught up with time. So yeah, this is to give a bit of overview and background about all the activities that we are doing, and in particular all the effort we are conducting to really support the European community in AI to develop those generative AI models and basically put Europe on the map of generative AI, both in developing strong European model and not depend on non-European ones, and also create the whole ecosystem of developers also of application based on these models and not necessarily on language models. So so my unit is at the heart of this communication on the AI innovation package, and we have been funding AI and robotics project for quite a while now. We started the unit in 2004, and then what we've done since the this evolution of AI, this drastic evolution of AI, we have adapted all the calls we had in Horizon and in digital to adapt to this new wave of AI and make sure that we support the European AI community to follow the latest development, not to follow, but to be at the heart of the latest development of AI. So, as you know, yeah, these large AI models have seen an unprecedented rate of adoption, and the potential is very high. We see a lot of use case and proof of concept showing the potential of those systems in all application sectors. So the expectation really to have a transformative effect on all the industries and public sector is very high. So we really have to understand the potential, but also the limitations. So this is very important for that to make sure that really Europe masters these technologies and is at the core of its development as well. Indeed, this is of strategic importance for Europe not to be dependent. So for our sovereignty, it's very important that we have a very strong European community of researchers, developers, industry working on that. And this is what we are trying to promote with our calls, with our programs, and together as well with ADRA to create this community around this. Of course, we don't forget the rest, but for the moment we cannot wait. It's important to move fast and at scale, and we are trying to help in that. Okay. Oh. There's a bit of delay. What do we have and what do we build? So this in this communication, we have put forward, okay, what is the current situation? We know that in the States, there is a lot of investment. They have the hyperscalers, they have these big companies, and we have a completely different way of working in Europe. And we are trying to adapt and then to capitalize on our strength and the resource we have in Europe. So one of the resource we have in Europe is the European supercomputer, the Euro HPC in particular. And this is what we try to do. It's to adapt those resources to make them usable for the AI community, in particular those one developing and training those large AI models. So that's one important pillar of this communication. Then we, of course, need access to data, and there is a lot of activities in our program to support the accessibility of high-quality data, European data, and this is something we have to capitalize on as well. In addition, we have our program supporting the development of the technology, the AI technology, the algorithm. So we have our program under Horizon and under digital supporting that. You have seen the presentation of my colleague Miguel this morning about this fine-tune, so developing a multilingual model to really open source one to push innovation and also technology. You will hear more about the research the program we have after. And we also want to encourage the participation of both public and private organizations, but we also want to promote private investment. So the Commission is investing, but it's not the whole thing. We have to join forces. There is also investment at member states level in organization. And if we want to make a difference, we really have to join forces. So we have to capitalize, and our investment is there to complement what already exists and bring things together. Another dimension is skills and talents. We know that it's crucial to, we have talents, but we have to have the means to keep talent in Europe and attract talent in Europe. So this is another part of the communication, which has a number of activities to that end. And finally, we also want to foster the adoption of generative AI in the different sector, especially the strategic industrial sector in Europe. They are strong at the moment, but if they want to keep their leading edge position then and stay competitive, they should embrace the latest technology that can help them keeping their competitiveness, and we are going to help them with hopefully the tools of generative AI. And what we want to have is not to promote non-European technology. We should have a European offer which is of competitive capabilities as compared to non-European solution. So here is, in a nutshell, the AI innovation package, a 4 billion investment, which has two main elements. One, the development of models with the AI factories, and the key component of the AI factories is the Euro HPC. So providing the right compute resources to develop those models, which is the key and represent a vast investment. When you see how much is invested to train models, this is the biggest investment in compute, and there is our support to the community in adapting the HPC resource so that they can be used to train models. And the second pillar is GenAI for You, which is the deployment of and development of application in fine-tuning, building downstream application from these models. So these are the main aspects. Then we have, you see in the light blue, the other elements. So we have the AI office, which will be there to support the implementation of the AI Act, support the community, but also help in coordinating the different activities within the Commission, outside the Commission, with all the different support we have. So they will be key in the governance and also in representing Europe internationally, and hopefully also promote the European approach internationally. Another aspect is the Altedic. You got a presentation already this morning. So gathering the language resources, the models which exist, and helping the development of application based on those models. We also have another EDIC, so European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, based on focusing on smart cities application. So it's more under the umbrella of the GenAI for You initiative, where you have application in different sectors, one of them being in the smart city context, and then the Cityverse will be there, an important component. Besides the HPC, the deployment, we have the underlying ingredients that are needed to develop those models. So the data, the algorithm, the investment, the skills, and the processor, all this is part of the communication, and for each of them, there are supporting activities. So the first big pillars, the AI factories, so they are centered around the Euro HPC. So these, and the goal of updating the Euro HPC regulation is to make sure that all these resources are adapted to the need of the creation or the training of these very large models. So this is not straightforward to put your model on this machine to train them. So this is why there is a need for adaptation. There is a need, of course, to connect them to the data, and there is also, there will be a number of support to help the AI community to translate their model and pour them into on these machines. There will be activities to develop the skills, both in AI and HPC, especially at the interface between the two, to facilitate this porting and this training of the models on these machines. Of course, there will also be links with the rest of the AI community. So we have a number of ongoing activities that will use the resources once they will be have been developed on these in the AI factories. So once you have the pre-trained model, they will be tested, they will be developed, deployed, and offered to the rest of the community. And in the AI ecosystem, what do we have? We have the testing experimentation facilities offering environment close to real application environment where you can test the application. We have the AI on demand platform. You will have a presentation about this. And the goal of this platform is to offer all the necessary resources you need to develop or deploy AI application in a central place. So hopefully also it will gradually develop as a marketplace to offer also visibility of the European AI product having the visibility to at European level. We have the networks of excellence, bringing the best researchers in the field to join forces and progress in that field. And we have, last but not least, the AI data and robotics partnership. ADRA is there to represent the AI robotics and data community to drive the strategy we have in Europe. So first pillar, the factories to build the model. Second pillar, the Gen AI for You initiative, a 500 million euro initiative to support the development of application and the deployment of Gen AI-based solution in our strategic sector in Europe. So here in the communication, we give many examples of where we see very tangible example where already startups in Europe have developed solutions to address the challenge in different sectors, such as in cybersecurity, in biotech, in agri-food, in healthcare. Robotics is an important element where we see the use of Gen AI to boost really the capability, the cognitive capabilities of robots. And this is something we think is very important to develop in Europe. Manufacturing, also development of new material and batteries. So in almost all sectors, there is a potential for the uptake of this technology to progress in these various application fields. And then, so to be more concrete in terms of application sectors, so there is a strategy, an industrial strategy in Europe. They have identified which are the critical industry, which are of strategic importance for Europe. So this is DG Grow leading this initiative, and we want to help them as well, organizing matchmaking and providing links between the developer of the technologies and this sector, which are potential user of them, to make sure that, again, there we keep the lead in these different sectors and to keep their competitiveness. They will have to adopt the latest tools, including those ones. So here we give quickly a few examples where we have seen already progress and support from Gen AI to progress and address those typical problems we see, for instance, in healthcare, where you see, so the capability of generative AI is to recognize structure in the data, and hopefully they can also, for instance, be used for anomaly detection or for predicting things that they have seen in the structure of what they have learned. So typically, then we have seen progress in medical imaging and support for diagnostic, in particular, drug discovery. It's also something where we have seen examples where Gen AI helps in generating a lot of different structures and different sequences, and hopefully help in getting drug discovery much faster. So we saw a lot of improvement in the speed of the discovery of drug, which fits some specific characteristic or requirement that you define up front. Then in the healthcare system more generally, they can be used to in all the reporting, so integrating different data and providing in an easy way and fast way the report, so that hopefully will help the whole process of healthcare, so that the doctor can focus on what they are the best at, and also the personalization in general can be really improved with Gen AI type of solution. So of course, in the sector of healthcare, that is of particular importance. Another type of application where Gen AI is already showing some progress is in weather forecasting and prediction. So we have an initiative in our program which is called Destination Earth, which aims to build a model of the Earth, and now they are developing models based on Earth observation data, and can already show progress in weather forecasting and improvement of existing solutions based on the standard modeling. Now, in robotics, there are many areas where robotics can be improved in terms of learning, adaptation, human-robot collaboration. Also, they are used in planning, generation of different. So you can generate sequences of words, but you can also generate sequences of action, and this is where Gen AI models could be really. I mean, we have already seen some examples where they can help this adaptation and optimization of trajectories, for instance. And one other application can be the use of Gen AI to optimize the design of the robot to be adapted to the task at hand. In manufacturing, same thing. Gen AI can be used in optimization of process. Also, the generation of simulated environment is very important in that domain, because when you want to train different systems, you don't have access necessarily to the real manufacturing plant. So if you can generate environment which are really close to and reproduce the characteristic of the physical environment, then you can develop optimization systems. So this is one area which where Gen AI can be used, and is already showing some progress. And also, of course, you can optimize all the different aspects in manufacturing, in the process, but also in things like waste reduction. In cybersecurity, this is a very important domain where Gen AI can show added value. Again, this is a two-edged sword, because on the one hand, Gen AI can help the cybersecurity to detect threat and fraud and so on. But at the same time, the attackers use these techniques to have more powerful attacks. So this is very important that the security goes faster than the attackers. So using those solutions to detect fraud, to identify some vulnerability when you try different attacks as well, to make sure that your system is robust to all these different types of attacks. But that's really the race between the one using the technology for good and those one which use it for the wrong thing. And now, in terms of algorithm, we have already started in September a first call. As soon as we could, we used our program to support the development of generative AI. So the first one we could use was the call in September. So we launched this large AI grant challenge where we offer to the winners access to HPC plus some grant money, some prize money, sorry. So the winners are going to be now announced very soon. Then we have this model that this call we have presented this morning. My colleague presented this morning, Miguel. And then we will then in the Horizon Europe, and this is the next presentation, we are going to also prepare for the next generation of model, be it multimodal, be it advanced modality or new modality. So for instance, data modality with environment of robotics or IoT data or Earth observation, any of those additional modalities which are still research, but it's very interesting to see how we can have models which can address then different types of problem than limited to just text modality, for instance. And I mean, it's not, things are ongoing out there, but we want also to promote that in our programs. And also, we also want to support the assessment and addressing the limitation of those models. So you will see that there is also something to address the robustness and the explainability of those systems. Then the ALTEDIC, you heard already about that, the testing and experimentation facilities as well. And in addition, then there will be calls, there are ongoing calls to set up AI regulatory sandboxes and testing tools. These are two other calls which are ongoing under the DEP program. And then I mentioned the financial instrument. Miguel presented the EIC, but there will be additional ones such as InvestEU to really support our startup, helping them grow also in Europe. Data access, this is just to remind that in parallel to all these funding initiatives, there are also other initiatives, both in terms of financial instrument, but also legal instrument to facilitate the access and create a market for data and European data. And we have what we call data spaces in our various key sectors in Europe. And this will be interesting source of data to develop model and deployed application. And here is in the context of this AI ecosystem, I wanted to remind people how our funding machine works in the Commission. So first, we work with ADRA. ADRA is the body representing the AI data and robotics community in Europe. They we really encourage everyone to be a part of this association and be an active part, because this is your possibility to influence the strategy in Europe, but also our funding priority in Europe. So then, based on the strategy developed by ADRA, we identified priorities for all our funding for research and innovation project. We have called for proposal. In addition to that, we have these networks of excellence centers. We have the AI on demand platform, which is a platform to support, on the one hand, the research community to share results, to progress, and on the other hand, also now, you will have this presentation, to create this marketplace of resources to develop model, but also eventually to have to put on their access to also AI models, but all the necessary tools, and also eventually the products that will be developed in Europe and make them available to all the potential users of them. The testing and experimentation facilities, they are in 4 sectors: healthcare, agri-food, manufacturing, and smart city and community, offering an environment where all the innovators in Europe can test their technology in real environment and at scale before they can be deployed. And the last mile before delivery is the European Digital Innovation Hubs, and they help all their local ecosystem. They are more local. They help their local actors to embrace the digital technologies, including AI. So they help the integration of AI solutions, for instance, in more traditional sector or also the public sector. So here it's to remind already what Miguel presented a bit before. So we have activities in Horizon Europe. He is going to give it more information in detail about that. So more preparing the next generation of large model, multimodal, and also addressing the limitation of those models in terms of robustness and explainability. The Digital Europe program, you heard the call this morning, and they're going closer to market, providing both an infrastructure, but also supporting the development of a model which is closer to market. And the EIC accelerator, again, you heard this morning, so really supporting the SMEs and startup developing models, and providing as well a mix between grant and equity as well. Now, just an information about where are we in Europe. And there we worked with Applied AI, who did a survey of startup in Europe to see a bit where we are, what is our capacity in terms of AI. And their findings, so the study was between September and November last year, in 23, and they issued their report in January this year. But basically at that time, about 1 every 10 AI startup was actually working on Gen AI, so both in developing models or using models in application. And here it's to explain a bit the different types of sectors addressed by those Gen AI companies in Europe. So you see the big sectors we have in Europe are well covered by those startups. So we need to, it's a very first indication about where we are in Europe, but we really need to understand what is the landscape and further develop this landscape to really grasp our capabilities and reinforce where we need to, and also capitalize on this potential there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cecile. So just as a reminder, this session's all about giving you a better understanding of how the ecosystem slots together. And I think Cecile did a great job of doing that. Next person that we want to invite on to present is Ilka Lakanyemi from Aalto University, who is online. Can you hear me, Ilka?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can indeed. Excellent. And hopefully your presentation.
Very good. Yes, I'll share the presentation. Excellent. As soon as I got a message from the IT system saying that there is a cybersecurity threat to share the presentation.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Well, we do have a backup plan. We'll put it on screen in a second.
Yeah, very good. So, very good. And while you do that, let me introduce briefly myself. So, Ilka Lakaniemi, I run one of the research units at the Aalto University School of Business. And one of the areas that we are currently working very much is the industrial deployment of artificial intelligence. So not that much on looking at what needs to happen in the future of research, but really looking into that, how do you catch up, like we're said in the previous presentations, with the Americans or the Chinese to that matter, but by adhering to the European values. And we heard in the morning session already presentations on that, what those European values are and how you can actually use them as a competitive advantage as such. And that is very much that we are looking into in our work for the AI on demand ecosystem. I hope you can open the presentation.
Still in process. It's opening up. Seconds.
And by the way, many thanks for inviting for this. I enjoyed the morning session greatly. There were good presentations, and happy to do any follow-up discussions after my presentation as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Ilka, and your presentation is just about to. There we go. So just tell me when you want me to change.
Yes, thank you very much. So obviously, like we heard in the previous presentation by Cecile, it's all about the AI on demand platform and the ecosystem that we are currently building around it. So the idea there is that it will be indeed a horizontal layer offering services, tools, solutions, infrastructure, different things, not only for AI developers, but to AI vendors and the AI end users. And those are important to keep in mind, because when you look into the European AI ecosystem and the AI market currently, there are advantages that we can actually already utilize. related to the strong sectors of the European economy, such as manufacturing and business-to-business type of services, but obviously even more so into the trustworthiness of using AI for various applications, especially in the public sector. We are currently involved, for instance, in pilots with the education and the healthcare systems, and I will go a little bit deeper into that. But can I have the next slide, please? So in the previous presentation, Cecilia was showcasing that where the AI on demand actually sits in the kind of the system of the other AI initiatives in Europe. And this is where we are when you think about the Horizon and the Digital Europe funding programs. So we are there in the middle, AI on demand. There is a website already that you can go into and look what there currently is on the AI on demand. And the blue side, where it says academia, is represented by a Horizon program called AI for Europe. And the AI for Europe program is essential in really bringing the latest in the innovation from the research world towards the industry. So the deep tech ideas, all of the different type of things that are not on the top of the agenda of the businesses and the industries in Europe, but are kind of the research inputs that the European industries are very much needing to be in the lead on the technology adoption and the deployment as such. And I'm very pleased for the work that has been done in the Horizon project, because primarily it has already indicated those type of areas where Europe is well known to be already in the lead, especially in the research area. And now we can kind of bridge the gap in taking the best from the research areas and actually adopting that for the business and the industrial use. The business on the green side is represented by a Digital Europe project called Deploy AI that started in the beginning of this year. And there will be a project website in the next few weeks where you can actually get more information that what it is that we are up to. But the idea there is that there will be a very close collaboration between the two projects. And then we are able to take the best of the breed from both and actually facilitate the interaction and the matchmaking that takes place then on the AI on demand platform as such. We had done already extensive studies on that, what then the European companies of different sizes, ranging from the SMEs to the large industries, actually would like to see on the AI on demand platform. And based on that, we are focusing already on areas that we are not trying to be a place where you can get everything around AI, but you can get focused services, very kind of a high-end type of solutions, and very much those type of solutions and information that is based on, for instance, on the trustworthiness of using AI in the right way. So how to be compliant, for instance, with the EU regulatory framework in using AI for your various business purposes. That's one example of that. Can I have the next one, please? So the following slides will be opening a little bit more than that. What are then the focused areas? And I'm a business person myself, so I very much look into the fact that what is the demand side, what can be expected, and what the end users are actually expecting to see on the AI on demand platform as such. So first of all, it needs to be of industry grade. So when the AI on demand platform is offering tools, services, ideas, what have you, all different type of resources for the European industries, we need to have a fair share of industry grade applications, for instance, so that they can be readily taken up for use for business purposes, and there is a good fit with the legacy IT that those businesses are actually going to have. So the idea there is that we will not only have a kind of a deep tech type of an ideas, but we will have a kind of a very owned applications and solutions also that are easy to use for the industries in Europe. So obviously that calls for development ops practices, it calls for support center, it calls for the marketplace that Cecilia was referring to, so to ease the access for the best of the breed AI solutions as such. The next one on the attractiveness for the European SMEs is always one of the areas that has been a kind of my pet project for a number of years, that how do you actually reach all the SMEs, especially the smaller companies in Europe, and what are their expectations for the AI? And I think we have reached a stage where we have identified those type of SMEs that are either AI developers themselves, or then are, for instance, working as a consultancies for the larger companies in how to use the AI in different beneficial ways. And those are the type of SMEs that will be kind of covering first. We'll be able to give them new tools for their businesses, and then also to develop and really help to have a better portfolio when they go towards their own customers as such. That's one example. So we will be looking into the value propositions and how that attractiveness of the AI on demand platform is built based on the real demand and the real feedback that we are getting from the European companies, especially the SMEs. The large industries, we are then able to tap into through different type of networks, industry networks, and then also value chain work that we are currently doing. On the public administration side, I already mentioned that we have work ongoing in the healthcare area and also in the education area, to help them to understand that when the public services are really using more, whether it's generative AI or other type of AI solutions, what is the type of applications, for instance, that they should use in order to be compliant with the regulatory ecosystem, and really be able to utilize AI in the best way. And there are already examples, for instance, how the European public sector in the healthcare area is using startup AI solutions instead, using the big models in a generative AI that are currently there in the market. So there is a very, very strong focus on that side as well. The third one there, that's where it says stakeholder-driven development. It mainly means that we will be using very closely, like it was mentioned in the previous presentation, with the TEFs and the EDIs, so that we are not trying to reach out from the AI on demand ecosystem towards the various users and developers ourselves, but we will be using and working and collaborating and cooperating very much with the other existing networks, so that we are able to get as wide impact as possible as in that sense. So can I have the next slide, please? The interoperability with data spaces was already mentioned earlier on, so that whenever we develop something on the AI on demand and then we will take new assets into it, they need to be obviously interoperable with the other initiatives in Europe, be that data space development, for instance, where I personally and my team has been working for the past 3 years with the Gaia-X data space initiatives for various verticals, but also, like we heard, with the HPC resources and the other initiatives, be there European Union funded or nationally funded initiatives, so that then we are able to kind of work very closely together with them, and then actually even expanding the European AI ecosystem very much towards the member states and the activities in there. And we already saw in the previous presentation also about the ethics. The open source issue that was discussed this morning, I think it's very important, and then we need to understand also that what then are the kind of the best open source solutions and what that open sourceness and openness in the end means for the various users. So for instance, for the developers, it might have a bit of a different meaning than for large industrial players that are expecting to have a very robust systems where the actual their own developers are not working, but it'll be kind of ready for their use. So we need to strike a very close, good balance on that. But the idea there is that indeed we will use as a competitive advantage the fact that we will have trustworthy open source solutions, real open source solutions, instead of coming from closed systems like we currently have in the market. The Gen AI that has been mentioned several times today, and I'm very happy to hear about the initiatives around that. It is an integral part of the AI on demand. We currently have in our consortium, for instance, companies that are generating different LLM models and that are really looking into that. What is the European way of building the language models? What are the type of activities you need to understand, for instance, with the Nordic languages or the German language, or really catering for that type of market demand side. So we're working very closely with those. And on the HPCs, Lumi is mentioned there, which is obviously the HPC that we have here in Finland. But there are other, like in Luxembourg and in Spain, that are very closely working with us in trying to build a business model that when they indeed open their resources more towards the European companies, they are able to serve them with the right type of, say, for instance, pricing models and different areas. So we're working very closely with them so that we will facilitate that opening up of the HPC resources for the European companies as well. Can I have the next one, please? Then business orientation. I already said that I represent the business school and the business side of thinking here. And the thing is that yes, indeed, when this type of an AI on demand platform is being developed, it needs to be sustainable. And that sustainability is really looking into the fact that it needs to have a different premium services. It can have services such as the marketplace, for instance, that was said. It can have free services that will attract usage for the platformers. And we will strike a very kind of a good balance in there and look into that. What are then the kind of the value propositions and attraction points for the various end users as such? Trustworthiness, I mentioned several times already, and it has been said, that is the key attribute, I would say, from coming from the industry side, that would take me to use the different EU AI solutions, that you know that it's compliant not only with the legal framework, but it's compliant also with those ethical aspects and other trustworthy aspects that are related to the using the AI in the right way. And that is a big, I would say, kind of a selling point going further as well. The visibility and the marketing of the AI on demand platform is currently ongoing, and the Deploy AI project itself that started in the beginning of this year will take a very good kind of a step in that how do you public awareness about the different services that will be there on the AI on demand, which means that we will tap into the industry networks that are already existing. We're not doing it ourselves, but we are collaborating and using the partners throughout Europe to be able to have a better visibility and better kind of a feedback also from the others. But I think I'll end in there. I've been speaking, I think, quite a lot already, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Ilkka. I think we'll leave the questions for after the last panelist has spoken, but thank you very much for that, and we'll come back to you in a moment. So our final panelist is Christina Kolova from TNO, who's going to address the AI ecosystem. I think, and I would imagine. Have a try, Christina. And then if not, we have the presentation here as well.
Give me a second. I am going to do this. Okay. Entire screen is shared. Okay, I think you might be seeing my screen. Hopefully, it is the case.
Thank you very much, Christina. Go ahead.
Philip? Okay, great. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for inviting us. You would see that we're talking about the AI ecosystem in general, and as Cecile mentioned, it is quite a diverse and rich ecosystem. And we noticed that also in one of the projects, Vision, in which we're working, it's a coordination and support action to some really excellent networks of excellence research projects in Europe. And as part of the project, we thought that it is a good idea to get an overview of organizations that are researching AI topics in Europe and in which application areas they're doing that. And why is that of interest? Because AI is quite a relevant and currently very popular research topic. A lot is going on, and it is very easy to get lost in finding out who is actually researching what topic, where do they excel, which topics are the focus of certain research organizations, and which topics are more on the margins. So we started with that idea to figure out, okay, what is going on among the networks of excellence that we had connected, and we actually have quite a big community. The ecosystem mapping that was done was a pilot, but we currently have 9 networks of excellence that have mapped their research areas and in what applications they have done it, which is quite a significant amount of actors in Europe, and I would come to that in a minute. But the goal was to develop a prototype, to develop first step of seeing how the ecosystem looks like, and hopefully to expand that in the future. And we're going to do that with ADRA, hopefully, and with the help of all of you. And we are very much hoping to also gather the insights of the community. And how did we do it? Of course, we used a survey to collect the data, and that was done on an agreed upon AI categories and application areas, which was probably the most difficult part of the whole exercise. Which AI categories can we all agree on? Are these the ones? How can we be more or less inclusive, and what parts are missing? But what is the value? Well, for us, when talking with stakeholders in the community, we figured out that it is needed that you will be able to find top researchers or institutes that are active in a specific AI field. And that is needed because, as mentioned, quite a lot is happening. So if you're new to the ecosystem, it is difficult to find out who exactly is developing LLMs on a specific language, so German or Swedish or etc. Who is active? Who should I contact? And for the commission, I think that this was not a question, so I would continue. But from this was from the point of the community. Let me just check. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that Fab, do you have a question or not? I would just continue this, but of course, this is for the community to find each other, but also for the policymakers to find out what we excel in Europe. What are the topics that we're really, really good in research? And as we know, this is the strength of Europe. So with that in mind, we did start the mapping, and we currently have a result in which you can see that we have mapped quite a few organizations on 12 research and application areas across Europe, and we have asked them to indicate by themselves which is their focus, which is the areas that they excel in on an international or national level, to help us identify really what is an excellent institute in a particular topic. And we have over 190 organizations currently mapped. We have a response rate of about 60% currently, and this is continuously ongoing. So we are expanding the mapping with other networks of excellence, and we hope in the future also other stakeholders. You would see that we're predominantly having universities and RTOs, which is natural because we started this prototyping, this experiment of the mapping with the 9 networks of excellence, which are focusing on research. So we do have a little bit of a bias there, and we hope that as we continue with the mapping, this is going to be balanced also with other organizations. What did we do? We decided to use the mapping on 12 research topics, and then to ask the people, okay, if you're doing research on computer vision, then in what application areas you're doing that, so that we can provide a little bit more insights. We did this again with research in mind. So we used the structure of CLAIR plus the triple AI 23 keywords for the topics, just to provide us with some objectivity, because you can always argue which topic should be there. And of course, we're very happy to engage in that in the future as well. And what does this give you? It gives you also some statistics as to who is working on what and how much in Europe, and the size of the boxes are of course, the number of organizations working on, and the different colors are there. Focus. So you could see here that in machine learning, in the scientific research, we have over 94 organizations, and 12 of them are really focusing on that topic. And some observations so far that we have done, it is actually quite an exercise to map the ecosystem. It is working, but it is sometimes difficult because organizations are also diverse and big. And sometimes it's difficult to say whether a university from one perspective is focusing on one topic or 10. So that gives it a little bit of a challenge. And one of the restrictions that we have had is that we currently probably have 10% of the ecosystem. That's just our estimates. If we consider the 9 networks of excellence, we know that there is much more out there. Even in ADRA, we are having the data and the robotics ecosystems that, of course, also need to be incorporated. And these topics need to be addressed. And for the future, we're looking into that. And so we're also going to further explore what are future functions of that ecosystem, because so far the ecosystem mapping serves the research ecosystem to find each other, to figure out who is working on what, and for policymakers. But in the future, we're also hoping that we can help intermediaries or companies with their needs. And this brings me to the next steps. We are suggesting at least to start a joint force as an ADRA topic group in which we are combining similar efforts on mapping of the ecosystem. And the end goal is that we have one mapping of the AI ecosystem rather than 10. And this serves multiple users, and the ADRA topic group is going to be initiated by so far 3 organizations. We're hoping to increase these. TNO from the vision side, University of Twente, which also is connected to an ADRA cartography activity, and UCC, which is acting also in the AI on demand platform. And we hope that this really gives us at least a partial view of the ecosystem. And so with this topic group, we're hoping to maximize the effectiveness of the community by providing an ecosystem mapping and information on the services provided in the ecosystem that really provides value to the different stakeholders. And it is a coordinated activity. It provides really valuable services that could reach the specific stakeholders. It is a focused channel. We hope also towards the Commission, so that they're not 10, but as mentioned, at least more limited numbers of mappings. And we share a language. We understand when we say that we're working on a topic, what we mean, and whether we are working on it part-time or this is our really focus and priority for the future. We have outlined some activities for the first year of the topic group, but this is, I think, not so much of an interest. Rather, we would like to call towards you to please share with us if you're interested to participate in that working group in ADRA, and if so, what would you like to contribute with? We're very, very happy to work with any kind of stakeholder. So please do reach out to us and connect, because I think that we do need to broaden our community and thinking, and the other working group is a great vehicle for that. And with that, I would leave it for the time being.
Thank you, Christina.
And,
yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. If you could just stay with us for a few minutes longer, that would be fantastic. And same goes to Ilka. And we're going to take a few questions. I see there are a few on the chat, but I might just come back to those in a moment. Is there are there any questions in the room? Yep.
Maybe a quick question back to Cecile. Hi. You mentioned as part of the ecosystem also the AI office, right? Could you say a few words, what will be the role of AI office within this ecosystem in some kind of, I hope, in some kind of proactive way, right, to support this, or, yeah.
So one of the primary role of the AI office is to help the community implementing the AI Act and being compliant with the requirements. So they will help the everyone to make sure that it's implementable in an easy way, and so this is the whole support. The other activities is what we're doing in our unit, so supporting the innovation ecosystem. So what we do in bringing the community, helping with our programs, so also defining the priorities, implementing them. So that's another activities, and also the role of the AI office. So this is a body within the Commission built on existing units working on AI. So there is typically the what we call A1 and A2 units. So this is for many people jargon, but the unit, our unit is called A1, and we're in charge of the innovation and excellence ecosystem. And the sister unit A2 is in charge of the regulation and the coordinated plan, where we work with the member states to define and work on the AI in general. So we bring those units, and they will continue supporting the ecosystem, but with a more prominent role in the coordination about also all the other activities that are ongoing in the Commission, within the Commission, but there are many also, almost all the different services have actions towards the outside and using AI as a tool. So we have to see a bit how we can help coordinating and being able to have a coordinated answer to the different questions and the different actions we are undertaking in the Commission. So this role, and then the other one I mentioned is the representation at the international level. So this AI office will be a central point to represent the European activities in AI and promote the European way of AI. We want to see AI at the international level. So we already have you know, we are present in many of the international groups, and the AI office now will also include that in their activity.
So this will include in a kind of strategic think tanks type of role. I mean, this is what I'm missing on EU level, some kind of, you know, shark style group of people which would strategically think what would be the next move, because many of these activities, what we do these days, right here, we are just catching up, right? Pretty much what others are, Americans or Chinese are doing, right? So let's say if we want to make steps ahead, and at least in the foreseeable future, like 5 years, to have some obvious advantages, right? It's time now to think ahead, right? And this is what's missing, I think, in this organization.
Hopefully in bringing those different components in a single, let's say, umbrella, with hopefully that's why coordinating the different activities would hopefully have a bigger impact and more strategic impact as well. And one of the underlying force is the this regulation, which is innovation friendly, and hopefully if we have the right support for the innovators to implement it, that is also something which is an important part of the package. I hope that helps to clarify.
Thanks very much. There's just another question behind you. Yep.
Hi, perhaps another question for Cecilia. Sorry. You mentioned, I think, some of the supports in the regulations for research. So, for example, exemption for AI research from the AI Act, and then under data spaces, there's provisions for sort of altruistic approaches. Those fit obviously very well with, you know, our values of sort of open access to research. But do you see any issues with those mechanisms as they interface with the innovation cycle, especially given that there's a lot of uncertainty about IP and copyright in training data, for example, around large language models? So, you know, you could have a very flourishing research group and you're trying to support SMEs, but going from one to the other, is there much, you know, there seems to be a little bit of regulatory uncertainty about how do you make sure your, for example, your research, your university research is AI Act ready?
Yeah, right. So typically this is, the duty of the AI office to get answer to this very difficult question, and we don't have at the moment answer to all these kind of questions, but gradually they will help the community to answer them and make them support them in complying with these requirements.
So I'm just going to go to online because I see that Ilka has his hand up. So perhaps we can bring you in and just mention the question. If you could comment on the question as well, that was dropped in the chat.
Yeah, that's what I was going to. Thank you. That is what I was going to do. So when there was a question from the audience about the forward-looking aspects of really understanding that what happens in the market and what is the kind of the business aspects and dimensions, not only the regulatory side, I can tell you that we are currently doing that. So in the Deploy AI project, we have currently stepped up 2 different working streams. So not only looking from the kind of a classical project view, but really looking at the technology development and the technology area innovation issues, and then from the business side. And I can already say that we have identified areas where we are more advanced than our American counterparts. And I'm very happy for that, because it basically means that we are not only catching up, as we have been discussing, but we are really, really in the lead when you look in especially the business-to-business type of services and understand the logic of, say, for instance, the manufacturing industry, how they would like to utilize AI. And I think maybe as a last point in there, when you talk to the large companies, they are not only looking for AI solutions, they are looking for something which is a combined effect of various technologies. So when we are able to offer them a service that matches, say, for instance, 5G developments, IoT and AI together, we have a very strong value proposition on that.
Great. Thank you very much, Ilka. And there's just there are a couple of more questions in the chat, and we don't want to spend too long on them because we're already overrunning. But touching on the question that was just asked with relation to the AI office, what is the role in bringing international partners, stakeholders to the European table? So I think that's one for Cecile, if that's okay.
So yeah, I was told that I should move in front of the screen. Yeah, in terms of the international collaboration, so this is part of some of the calls more on the research side, and there you will have a presentation in, a bit later on the call itself, and there is some encouragement from some international partner to join. With their own budget, so we are focusing on funding the members which are part of the program and associated to the program. And for each of the partner, be it from Europe or outside of Europe, it is key to bring the partners which are of strategic added value. So it's not because the call encouraged the partner outside of Europe that by default you have to take one because it looks good. You really have to strategically find the one which really brings value to your consortium to reach your objectives. And this is valid for all European ones, but also for the countries where we also encourage the participation. We believe that there is good added value in collaboration, a win-win in working together. But for every partner, you have to justify and find the one which are really suited for reaching your objectives. So we will have to see. This is in the Horizon Europe. In Digital Europe, you have heard about the restriction. This is different there.
Okay, thanks very much, Cecile. And actually, one more question for you. Is there somewhere to register for updates on the GenAI for EU initiative regarding reports or emerging applications, etc.?
Okay, so that's for the moment we don't have a website. We do present the activities. We talk about these different aspects also internally because we have colleagues dealing with the different cluster under Horizon Europe. So we are in discussion with them to understand the needs of the different policy, let's say, priorities, and see how this tool can be used in the various clusters. And yeah, we need to bring more visibility once we will have more certainty about where it will be in practice implemented. This is something to be developed, but for the moment we don't have a website where everything is displayed. So we give regular presentation about that, and I would say for the moment, if we have something important to announce, ADRA is our key partner in announcing events like this one today, but yeah, eventually we will see how to further present. But ADRA does have a task force on generative AI. So if you want to get information about Gen AI activities in Europe, then you should also follow what's happening there.
Great. Thank you very much, Cecile. And thank you very much to Ilka and Christine for presenting online. It'd be great if we could show them a round of applause. So, we're going to move on to the next session now. So the next session is going to focus specifically on the Horizon Europe program. Miguel Angel, I'm going to ask you to come on stage, and then I'll introduce you in a moment. And then I'll So the way we're going to run this session is that we're going to present the calls for proposal, the full text. We're going to invite the rest of the panel. So the idea with the panel is that they give a little bit of a flavor of some of the practicalities that are expected in the call. And the panel hopefully will also kind of demonstrate a little bit how you do this and give you a little bit of a sense of what could be scaled up in projects under these two calls. So Miguel Angel, I'll
Thank you, Philip. Okay, first, before starting the presentation, disclaimer: these two Horizon Europe calls were adopted this morning. They are yet to be published. So that means that as with previous presentations, but more relevant in this one, the relevant legal text is the call text that is yet to be published. What I'm going to present here is a brief summary of the main characteristics of the topic text, but if there is any disagreement, as usual, only the legal text is the one that serves as a reference. These slides will be shared with you after the Horizon topic texts are published, that we expect them to be published end of this week, beginning of this next week, but they won't be shared before, just to ensure a proper dissemination of the information. So first, we will speak about Human 0301, that is advancing large AI models, integration of new data modalities, and expansion of capabilities. The focus of Cecile has given a broad presentation of the importance of foundation models, general purpose AI, and generative AI. So I won't delve further into that topic. What I will say is that this topic focuses on the development of multimodal large AI models, foundation models, that integrate different modalities apart from text. We are thinking about robotics, we are thinking about time series, events, and other multimodal datasets like robotics. What are the expected outcomes of this topic? The expected outcomes are two. First, we want to enhance the applicability of foundation models and general purpose AI models to new domains through the integration of new modalities, modalities that have not been used till now. For example, weather forecasting, maybe, although there are already some foundation models, time series, events. The second outcome that we are looking for is the improvement of current multimodal large AI systems that already exist in the market, but through the inclusion of new additional number of modalities or increasing the capabilities of the existing models. The indicative budget of these topics is 50 million, and we are aiming to get 2 projects of 25 million euros each. As you can see, this is a very ambitious goal. I mean, the amount that we are devoting are significant, especially for a Horizon Europe topic. But then you will see that the scope is also quite ambitious. It's a research and innovation action. We are aiming to start at tier 2, 3 in the lab and achieving a tier 4, 5 first proof of concepts outside the lab. Important, as with all foundation model topics that I have presented today, there are security restrictions. In this case, under Article 22.5, these are a little bit less strict than for the Digital Europe program because we allow entities coming from the OECD, Mercosur, and other countries that where we have a Trade and Technology Council or a digital partnership. So, but still, any entity outside the European Union should check whether they are eligible for this call. What are the key areas of research that we are looking for in this topic? Basically, first, the integration of innovative data modalities, new modalities that are right now not used in foundation models, event streams, structured data, sensor measurements, robotics, IoT. The other focused research is enhanced multimodal models surpassing the state of the art. Here, we expect to surpass the state of the art in 2 ways. Either because the new foundation models have higher capabilities than existing models available in the scientific field, or because they are integrating a greater number of modalities within the model. As I said before, this is a quite ambitious topic, and we aim to receive proposals that cover all the main aspects of a foundation model development, going from the data collection, processing, and alignment of the cross-modal datasets, although you should be aware that data collection activities should not take more than 10% of the overall budget. Also, multimodal foundation pre-training, And there, the acquisition of competent resources should also not take more than 10%. And here we recommend the use of HPC facilities, either EuroHPC or national facilities. Then we expect also proposals to cover the fine-tuning stage of these multimodal foundation models, demonstrating potential use cases. Although this is research, we expect that the fine-tuning phase will show that it is possible to fine-tune these models and also to show potential use cases. And then we also expect the proposals to cover the testing and evaluation, both of the foundation model and the fine-tuned model, and in compliance with the AI Act that right now has been agreed. As you can see, we are trying to cover all the stages of the complete development of a foundation model and the accompanying fine-tuned models. Some considerations. Proposals should adhere to open science guidelines. That means that they should share all the relevant elements unless there is a proper justification. Here, the sharing all the elements of the model, including data sets and the code, is not mandatory, is not one of the focus of the call, but we expect the different proposals to adhere to open science guidelines, and the more open proposals are, the better we will consider them. Also, we expect all proposals to share the results via platforms that exist right now within the European ecosystem of artificial intelligence, like the AltEDIC, the AI on Demand platform, or the Networks of Excellence. What we don't want. Here, first, as in previous calls, we are looking for consortiums that have some experience developing foundation models. In this case, as this is a research call, we don't expect such a significant experience like in other actions, but anyway, consortia should be able to prove that they have some experience developing foundation models in topics and modalities related to the ones that are covered in the proposal. Another is that proposals should focus on research. This is a research action, so we are looking for innovative solutions, innovative modalities that are integrated in an efficient way, but we are not just looking for developing incremental advancements of existing technologies. As a Horizon Europe research topic, proposals should be ambitious, trying to get beyond the state of the art in some specific aspect of the field. The actors, well, the consortia that will carry this action should be composed by entities with experience in developing foundation models. That can be RTOs, higher education entities, private companies, or a combination of these. Again, as this is a research action, the TRL is lower. We don't expect such a significant experience, but for sure, the consortium should have some members with experience working in the development of foundation models in that modality or related modalities. And well, this falls under the program European Partnership on AI, Data and Robotics, for you to be aware of. I will just present a context, as Cecile has just presented the overall strategy of AI from the European Commission. Again, this is one of the calls that we are presenting regarding foundation models. As Cecile has described, there's a very important initiative regarding AI factories, and for sure we would recommend, advise, suggest proposals to try to frame their proposals around this initiative that will provide significant amount of computing resources to the European proposals. That would be for that. Now I will proceed to describe the second topic. The second topic is explainable and robust AI. Basically, the idea is that we want to advance the technology regarding AI algorithms, and we want AI models that can perform safely under a common variety of circumstances and that have a significant explainability regarding the outcomes of the model. The main expected outcomes is AI models with enhanced robustness, more reliable, and able to work in real-world conditions, and also or models with improved explainability, more transparent, and more interpretable. Sorry, I think I have. The details of the topic. This topic has a total budget of 50 million, and we expect two projects to fund two projects of around 7.5 million. This is also a research and innovation action, and the TR will be from 2 to 3 till 4 to 5. We expect proposals to cover some of the, but not all, of the main artificial intelligence technologies that are being currently used. For sure, some of them are more relevant than others. You all know the state of the art of artificial intelligence right now and which models are more relevant than others. But we will assess proposals that are covering the main technologies. That includes self-supervised learning, both foundation models and fine-tuning, reinforcement learning, hybrid approaches, neurosymbolic approaches, multimodal learning. I mean, in that aspect, we will be assessing proposals that use the main technologies, the main methods that are available for artificial intelligence systems, although for sure, given the current status of the technology, there are some approaches that are expected to be more impactful than others. What we would rather not have, we expect proposals that have partners with significant experience working with artificial intelligence systems. I believe that is quite achievable right now. And we are also looking for proposals which main focus is advances in explainability or robustness. We are not interested in having proposals that are aiming to some other topic and as a kind of plan B side goal have explainability and robustness. Proposals should focus on that topic, maybe using some use cases as a kind of examples, but the main focus of the action should be advancing in this, either of these two topics, either robustness or either explainability. Again, we expect to have consortiums that comprise of research and technological organizations, higher education entities, private companies, SMEs, or a combination of those. And some of the partners in the consortium should have some experience developing artificial intelligence systems. Sorry. Okay, some additional considerations. Sorry for. There is a current project that is associated to call Horizon Human 0104 about open innovation challenges, and proposals selected under this topic are expected to participate and collaborate with the challenges presented at that proposal and that project. Again, the results of these projects should be shared via the platform of the European Artificial Intelligence Ecosystem, ADR, AI on Demand platform, and networks of excellence. And in the case of this proposal, this topic, we encourage the international cooperation, specifically with India and Canada. Canada has recently signed a pre-agreement with the Horizon Europe program. So if you are interested in working with Canadian partners, you should try to make them aware of this situation, because they might be assesses. Right now, my understanding is that we are right now accepting and assessing proposals with Canadian partners, although the signature has yet to be completed. But then that's something for your Canadian partners to discuss with the national government. And with this, I would like to finish my presentation, and I'm available for any questions or comments that you might have.
I think we'll just leave the questions. So everybody hold your thoughts for the moment. We'll take questions after the panel, if that's okay. So if you take a seat as well, Miguel, if you take a seat over here, and I'll welcome all of the participants. So we're going to move into the panel. So hopefully the panel helps to kind of bring to life some of the things that are expected in the calls. So Miguel's going to join, and then I'd like to welcome back Cecile as well. Tuan Tring, who's the Director Region East for EIT Digital. Panos Ilias, who's Senior R&D Engineer at ILVO. Mike Matten, Innovation Project and Partnership Coordinator at VRT. And then Dr. Florian Pappenberger, who's going to be joining us online. Can you hear us, Florian?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So we have all of our participants here. So I'll get us kind of started, and then we can take questions at the end of the panel. So question to Cecile and Tuan. So what kind of enhancements can you expect from the introduction of multimodal models, and to Miguel as well? So what kind of enhancements can we expect? And what are your expectations from the proposals as well?
More broadly, just more broadly, yeah, multimodal is, yeah, you see already them coming, and some publications, some model coming, but hopefully, like in other AI trained with other modalities, you can see them apply to other applications, to other sectors. So for the moment, in manufacturing, for instance, if you only work with text, you won't be able to capture what comes from the sensor that you have in the plant. So there is a huge number of data coming from very different types of modalities, and hopefully in training models, capturing all these different types of modality, you could have a model which is rich enough to be able then to improve the let's say all the processes, and minimize waste and optimize the let's say also to personalize the different object that you're manufacturing based on the requirement, thanks to the full knowledge about the system. Because large language model applied in different systems, they can only document what is happening, but you need the full type of information. And the same for robotics. Robotics, you cannot only describe what they do with words. You need to understand, to ground their knowledge on what they perceive from the environment, be it visual, be it tactile, be it. So you need to ground it as much. The grounding problem has not been solved, and hopefully with building models which capture the different senses, then you would be able then to make robots more intelligent or more reactive, more autonomous, and this is the quest we have been trying to address for many years in our programs. So, and the same for in healthcare, if you manage to have in a model, capturing the different types of data, so the reports from the doctors, the whole literature about medical literature, but also the different genetic data from the patient, and also the medical data, all the imaging and the blood samples and everything, then hopefully you will have a rich model from which then you could do a more useful task and support the medical system.
Great. Well, I think that's a nice segue actually for Tuan.
Thank you very much. Actually, first I would like to add on the last topic that you mentioned about healthcare. For example, we talk about how to apply generative AI and large language model, how to do it in for example, for cancer, where it's image. It's image that you do it, not a language, not a natural language processing. You cannot do it. And to bring this topic into some practicalities, actually, we are at EIT Digital, we part of we run the AI Boost project. We are partner with that. And now we are finalizing the evaluations of the proposals, as you mentioned already up in your previous presentations. And actually, when we focus on that, we have many, it's not about the futures. I would like to say that even that now, it's now. And we receive many proposals working on multimodal application already, even though we focus that it should have a large language model component in the proposal, but we can see that even now, it's not the future that you are going to apply. Many proposals across Europe already working with multimodal models. So that is something I would say that it's a really good news that the industries, the SMEs already realize the importance of multimodal application and already work on that. And the submission for this call already last September. So that is a good news I would like to share with you from practicality and reality now. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Tuan. Miguel, would you like to comment on that?
Little to add, maybe just to mention that we are not only expecting to have models with increased capabilities, but with completely new capabilities. I believe that right now there are some recent developments in the field, like weather forecasting foundation models or single cell foundation models that show that this kind of technologies can be applied to very different fields with very interesting results.
Great, thanks very much. So I guess my next question is around the opportunities to apply new AI systems to innovative data modalities in your sector. And I wanted to direct that question to Florian, who's online. So maybe you could tell us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Shame I'm online. I think there's a bit of a delay, so sorry for that. Anyway, I'm obviously coming remote, and I'm quite passionate about weather and climate. And I think if I listen to your call, actually everything what you highlighted there is important for weather and climate. I think our industry in weather and climate is currently revolutionized. Weather and climate forecasts are fundamentally currently changing. And I think we're at the forefront of this revolution. And when I listen to the Horizon calls you just listed, they are actually going exactly in the right direction for us to actually do something. We already produce machine learning weather forecasts several times a day. We operate one of the largest weather data archives in the world. We run the Copernicus Climate Change Service, which has the foundation for every single weather forecasting model in the world, may it be private or anything else. We collect 800 million observations per day. We produce the next generation of weather and climate forecast projections at a higher resolution in Destination Earth. And I really think this is all quite exciting that these calls actually directly address the challenges we have and deliver us the foundation science to really come to the forefront and really win. There was sort of earlier discussion about how we are in relationship to our American or Chinese colleagues. And in weather and climate, we are leading. We are at the forefront. We are the best. And I think these calls allow us to stay there.
Great. Thanks very much, Florian. So same question to Ilias and to Mike. So Ilias, what are the opportunities for new AI systems? Maybe you can talk about how they're linked to the kind of data spaces that you're working with as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I will emphasize mainly on the agri-food sector because I represent this sector. I'm working in the Institute for Agricultural, Fishery and Food, so my experience mainly is there. There are many opportunities in the agri-food sector, especially for organizations that are willing to invest and build on top of existing results. Also using existing collaborative initiatives like the Living Labs and the Digital Innovation Hubs, and emphasize on the use of large AI, especially, in my opinion, on the development of multimodal decision support systems. Until now, in agri-food, the use of AI, let's say it's a common practice, but And also in my institute, we have a living lab. There are many commercial companies that have developed commercial services using AIs in robotics. However, it's clear that we have an issue when we try to scale up, when we try to integrate data coming from different sources, and when we try to bring the actors close together and collaborate. I will give an example of a project we're running right now. It's related to the soil health and the soil degradation. We try to create a system that uses LLM and natural language processing in order to provide some answers and recommendation. But of course, if we want to proceed further and go in to answer hidden knowledge or even to develop trustworthy AI models, then we have to invest more time. We need the support of the Horizon Europe in order to be able to provide advices to different stakeholders, to the farmers, to the agronomists, to the policymakers, and the advices needs to consider all the available data. We're talking about data we have for weather prediction, which is something very critical in agriculture. We also have sensors in the field, in the machines. We also have to combine reports and knowledge, documents, a lot of data that when we have to bring them all together and at the end deliver in an understandable way and advice to the farmer, then there is an issue. I think we're at this point right now, and those two topics that are related to the trustworthy AI and also to the use of large AI models are highly related to the agri-food. It's food production, also it's livestock management, many applications related also to aquaculture and the Green Deal, of course.
Great, thanks very much. Mike.
Yeah, okay. Just to introduce myself, Mike, I'm working at VRT, which is a media company based here in Brussels in Belgium. So I'm going to comment on this a bit from the perspective of the media company, and it links both questions together, basically. The one on the multiple modalities, which for media naturally is we're working with audio, with video, with images, with text. And then if you look in a newsroom, there is data journalists who are working with data sets from wherever and need to extract stories and produce these stories again, audio, video, text, and so on. So we have challenges there because there's much more platforms we need to serve as a media company. But then taking it one step further, at this very moment, what we see in the media industry and also at my own company is we're moving to virtualize our production infrastructure. And with virtualizing, I mean we're moving to video production in extended reality. Which means that we're moving from 2D video to 3D environments, which is a total different thing for us to handle. First of all, we need to generate the IP instead of 2D, which we have been done for ages. Now we need to generate 3D IP. There's two main challenges with that. One is we need to have new skills in the organization, and we need to attract talent which is capable to do that. But then again, manual generation of this IP is very challenging and very expensive. And maybe it works for high-end movies who have big budgets, but for a media company like ours, where every production, or not every production, has a big budget, it's a challenge. So we're also actively looking at technologies there who can help us to go from one modality, from the 2D, which we have huge piles of 2D content, to move that into this 3D environment to help us with virtual production and make these more cost efficient. As from the infrastructure level, they are already cost efficient, but not from the generation of the IP we need to produce in there. And then to bridge to where we need to collaborate and where data spaces come in, of course, in order to support us with all the processes in this production, to move between the different modalities, to go to 3D. we need to have models, we need to have AI systems that support us in some of these business processes in the organization. But we're not going to build them on our own. If you look internationally, there is huge competition. By nature, the media market in Europe is relatively fragmented, but there we need to collaborate, exchange assets, exchange data, put them together in order to develop common infrastructure, common algorithms, common trained models to help us with producing there. So that's where we see things moving, among others.
Okay, so stay with you, Mike, actually. So I want to move the conversation to the development of trustworthy AI technology. So you talked a little about that, the collaboration about kind of leveraging some of the data assets that we have. How do we make sure that that kind of ecosystem does tend to produce or does produce trustworthy AI?
Not an easy question, but it's at the nature of our organization. We're a public media company, so we are very keen on ethical principles and following legal guidelines wherever we want to go. With respect to trustworthy AI, there's two areas where we are currently really putting a lot of R&D effort in. One has to do with everything related to news production, and then especially in the fact-checking of information. So journalists are overwhelmed with content coming in. They don't have time and resources to do the fact-checking. So there, but in the end, we need to deliver a trustworthy product, which is the daily news that people should trust. So there, technologies can certainly help. Second one is towards the user experience, where we are delivering much more personalized services in return for users sharing their data with us. Also there, we want these systems as trustworthy as possible, that users know their data is secure, is managed in a secure way, how it is used by us, and so forth. Yeah, very important.
Great, thanks very much. Same question to Florian, if that's okay. Could you come in online?
Yeah, I'm sort of with the previous speaker. It's actually quite a difficult one because, can you hear me? I'm not sure. Yep. Anyway, I hope you can. Now I'm gone.
If you could just speak up a little bit, or try to.
Have to shout then. Fine. Of course, trustworthy AI. I'm a bit with the previous speaker. Don't forget, we are issuing weather forecasts on which you do evacuation orders, on which you harvest your field, on which you rebalance the power grid. So all of that are quite substantial decisions. And trustworthy AI is actually, which is sort of at the forefront of our mind. To be fair, trustworthy forecast has been always something which is quite important. I don't think it's a new topic in AI as such. I think it's always quite key. Of course, with AI, it becomes a bit more important because so far we've used physically based models in which you sort of can trace back every single element of it and justify it. With machine learning is slightly different. But I think we're actually making good inroads. We published a tender recently for the Destination Earth program, in which we're sort of trying to establish at least guidelines on how to develop a forecasting model or a climate model or climate simulation with an aspect where you can think about the ethics and therefore sort of instill some trustworthiness in it. It's also a big discussion at the World Meteorological Organization, by the way, because it does not just impact us, it impacts the entire globe, and it impacts anybody who provides forecasts where actually somebody takes action.
Great, thanks very much. Tuan. Yes.
Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to comment on the ethics issue and the trustworthy AI. It's much easier talk than done, because it's difficult to teach the machine to learn ethics. You teach them to learn the structures of the data. You teach them to learn about predictions. They learn a lot and very well. But it's very difficult to teach a machine to learn ethics. That's why, in many cases, you need to engage with human beings in that. And so less automation and more human. And that is something that you need to find a balance between how much automation you want to and how much you want the human behavior into that. Because ethics is very difficult to teach in the models. And that is actually, I also would like to refer back to the AI Boost project where we run the large AI grant challenge, that we have a single work package dealing with the ethical issues of the model that they generate. And we would strongly suggest that this should be considered in the future goal, because we see that it's very important that it produce something good in terms of performance, but not that good at ethical issue, and it could have a serious consequence in the future. So that is our experience with AI models. That's what I'd like to share with you. Very difficult.
So, would you like to comment on that, Cecile, on the trustworthiness aspect?
Turn it on. It's on. Yeah, no, it has been at the core of all our calls. Even before GenAI, we had all the AI calls under human-centric AI, and we had trust, ethical value are at the center. So, yeah.
Great, thanks very much. So the next question is going to focus a little bit on how projects can access the kind of compute. So I'm going to ask Tuan to answer this one initially, because he's already had some experience in the AI Boost project and setting up with the Grand Challenge. So what are the criteria that they're looking for? What are some of the barriers that you have to overcome?
Okay, thank you very much. You asked a question, actually already mentioned a couple of times during today's presentation, is that actually it's a triangle. When you talk about the AI system, it's not only about algorithms, it's about the data space. Because as someone said, the AI model it's better than the data as you train them. It's partly because of also it's about ethical issue as well, and also last but not least, it's a triangle, it's computing, because you now have multi-millions parameters for large language models and generative AI and foundation models. You cannot use your computer to do that. So that is something we should be careful of. And it's also coming from practice that we are, the AI Boost project we are running is for the large AI grant challenge. As you can see that we have, this is a collaboration between the consortium, it's Euro HPC joint undertaking. So half of us is coming from the algorithms part and the data space that we built the system. The other half is two HPC infrastructure from Europe, Lumi and Leonardo. So that is, we are very happy to collaborate with Euro HPC joint undertaking in this project, and that is a very fruitful collaborations. They will provide the computing power to the winning proposals to really run the projects with the data that provide with us. That's why we also work with data BDVA. So that is the collaboration that cover all the three parts of the AI ecosystems. But I would also like to mention, because there is recently the HPC summit also here in Brussels, in Antwerp, and it is announced that they are running the calls for the European network of competence centers, where they focus on SMEs, that they try to give access to the SME, the tools, but last but not least is the skills, because HPC skill is very, very, very rare. Because you know that recently we just realized that there's HPC master school in Europe run by the Euro HPC skill. At EIT Digital, we also have the new HPC, preparing HPC master school at EIT Digital. But there are very few initiatives, and we'd like to see more of that. And that is something that's SME and the skills. That because it's like cybersecurity. We know the importance of that, but the skills of the workforce with cybersecurity is crucial to make sure that things really happen. Because at the end of the day, a lot of innovative ideas, a lot of I would say creativity, but entrepreneurship, but the companies based on the skill of the workforce. That is something we believe that's very important in the HPC and the SME. That's from my side.
Thank you. And perhaps, Fadas, that's something you can comment on as well, the requirements from the skills perspective. But you mentioned before that you'd also trained your own LLM. So was it on the basis
Yesterday too.
Hello? So on the skills and on the access to the compute.
On the skills, yes. This is something, it's a challenge for us. I think it's a challenge for all of us in Europe. I remember I was trying to find somebody to work on this topic for 6 months in my institute. There are many opportunities, but it's difficult to find people that are willing to invest time on this, and they have also relevant experience. I think this is also related a little bit to the concept of the data spaces. I mean, it's also rare to find people that are able to understand the concept and apply different technological concepts that can support the distributed data sharing. I don't think it's a problem of the agricultural sector. It's a problem of the whole research community, from the conversations I had the last 2 years, but also from the industry. What we can do, I think you already mentioned that we need extra training, programs, and of course, we have to explain what will be the benefit and the value in long term. I think, especially for software developers, long term and sustainability in their job is something very important. So we have to convince them that this is not a trend, it's something that is going to stay here for a long year, and they have to also to invest time on this.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have one final question, and then we're going to close. Well, we're going to take questions right after this, and really just try and keep it to kind of a relatively brief thought. But Florian, you first. So how do we build a strong community with ADRA and other elements of the ecosystem? What do you think are the kind of key elements for you? What do we have to focus on?
Events like this. Events like this. You wanted a short answer.
Thank you very much. Mike?
Yeah, I would say try to bring the right stakeholders together and leverage maybe also on existing networks. There's 2 or 3 from our sector. I know we're probably the only partner here in the room representing media, unless I'm wrong, shout out. But we are engaged in networks which give us a lot of input and which we can use and bring to the table here. So leverage on existing initiatives as much as you can and try to map them, I would say, and how you can liaise with them.
Great. Panos?
Yeah. Engagement, and the question was related to engagement. In our sector, there are existing initiatives. Sometimes I feel there are too many initiatives, difficult to follow all of them. Or we're just a small group of people and then we turn back to the problem of skills. So it's a double, it's both sides of the same coin.
Thank you. Tuan?
Much from my side, but that's maybe I think that's in this particular topic, AI, robotic, and data. The ecosystem is so important because the topic is very complex, and you ask SME to do the jobs, it's impossible almost. So they have to rely on ecosystems, because how could you expect a small company to be an expert in a field that is so young? So that is something, as to me, somewhat contradictory. But still, if you have an ecosystem in place, they can reach out to corporates, they can reach out to experience that already built through years. That could be possible, but SME itself, they are very young. That's why SME, because you are not yet scaled up to a corporate. And that is something, the importance of the ecosystem comes into place. that you can leverage the experience and the knowledge and expertise, but also the collected data. You cannot collect data in a few days. It's you can do, but actually that is the history of the data and all the things. That's why I think in this complex area of AI, robotic, and data, and you want to have SMEs to be successful in this area, they have to rely and leverage on the expertise of the ecosystem. That is from my point of view.
Thank you.
Finding a way to action and make it Does it want to? Yeah, no, it works. Yeah. So easy access to information and support, matchmaking, bringing the complementary expertise together, and also display the success stories and the different use cases where the technology has proven to be useful. So make those things more visible so that others can build on them rather than having to repeat the same efforts. So this would hopefully help us progressing faster if you can build on things that others have done. So the AI on demand platform, ADRA, these are tools and hopefully which would help every developer of AI, an adopter of AI, kind of a central access point to the information in terms of knowledge and in terms of resources, so I would say.
Thanks.
From my side, only highlight two ideas that have been already presented. First, visibility, for sure. Any efforts in visibility are really helpful because there are a lot of initiatives and it's necessary to highlight the most relevant ones. The second dimension is AI talent. Right now, AI talent is the most relevant resource. And if you have actions related to AI talent, you are able to engage all the stakeholders because everybody in this field is really worried about AI talent.
Great, thank you very much. At this point, we're going to take questions from the audience and online. So hopefully you can stick around for a little while. Also, Florian. Questions on either the call or any of the aspects that were discussed during the panel? Have a question at Mark.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question surrounding the call number 0301. My name is Sam Helmer from TNO. And the question I have is, we are targeting very broad the generation of the models, and the funding is very big. The topic is naturally very wide in its scope. And it seems, but this is a question, you are targeting innovation in AI, in particular the models. And I'm curious to know that besides, us as knowledge institutes doing work in AI, we also apply it in different sectors in Europe. And I'm very curious to learn where you see in this call the balance between innovation in AI and innovation with AI in the different sectors.
Well, I would say that the focus of this call, this topic, is innovation in AI. Having said that, the main focus, research focus is innovative data modalities. That makes sense only if you have a field, a domain where you will apply it. So I would say the focus is on innovation in AI, but for some proposals, for sure, the use case, the domain where it's going to be applied, it should be meaningful. I mean, for example, to mention a topic that has been mentioned several times, a foundation model on climate forecasting, on climate modeling, for sure, the use case of weather forecasting and weather climate modeling will be relevant.
No, that's very clear. And well, we are talking about AI, data, and robotics. I have a manufacturing background, so I'm naturally focused on AI for robotics, and it would fit not very well, I think, with the weather models. So are you looking for proposals or consortia that have several of those sectors and then dive deep in all those sectors? Or are you looking for, no, we want a very overall model that can handle any sector we feed it?
That will depend a lot on the type of proposal. I believe both cases are valid. I mean, you can have a kind of very overall multimodal model that should be able to work in different sectors. But it, for example, it would also be a valid proposal if you have a robotics foundation model that is working on robotics data sets, actions, locations, and would be applied mostly in the area of robotics and manufacturing.
Great. Any more questions in the room?
Marco Gronek again, right? So I'm happy about this call, so that the Commission found this so close to 70 million, right, for proposals. I mean, one danger, which two dangers actually, which two big risks. So we have in Europe, we have good history of failed big over 20 million euro projects, right? We never claim failure. Everything is claimed success, but we know it was not success, right? So how to prevent this time that, let's say, these two 25 million euro projects won't be kind of failed, right? And this leads us to the second question, right? So now we talk today, I don't know, or these days the call will be open, right? So deadline is September, the first money will start running in 25, possibly first results will be in 26, right? At the same time, I don't know, Llama 3 is getting announced in a few days, weeks, months, right? So GPT-5 will come up. When first results will come out, we will talk about Llama 4 or 5, right? And there will be GPT-6 and 7, right? With setups which will be in tens or hundreds of thousands of GPUs, which Europe doesn't have or is not even buying today, right? So this is what I was referring before. Where are European sharks to see this, right? Because we all know this, right? So, and this is what's not mentioned anywhere, right? Also, going back to these discussions, I mean, this landscaping is crucial, right, to understand the game. And so I do this landscaping or this observatory for OECD. I see things coming, right? You mentioned before brain drain, right? I mean, Europe has lots of brain, but they are parked in Googles and Metas and Microsofts and so on. All youngsters, all postdocs stay here, but they work for somebody else, right? So this is one of the key troubles, right? And so these are some of these strategic things, right? So, but basically, just to summarize, the question is how to prevent that these 25 million euro projects won't be, let's say, if we say ugly, failure, or they won't have impact as we would want at this particular moment, right?
Okay, so first I would like to address the topic of Llama 3 and GPT-5. The goal of this call is not to compete with the big text models, because for sure, even 25 million is just a drop compared with the tens of billions that these companies are investing. We are looking for orthogonal advances, not following these kind of models where we are trying to do a better GPT-5, because that would not be feasible with 25 million, but we are looking for ways to advance these kind of models that are orthogonal to the research that these companies are doing. For example, new modalities, new fields like robotics, additional number of modalities. So in that sense, we expect the field to move forward for sure, because the field is moving forward in a lot of different ways. But we are not really worried about the developments in big text, because we expect that proposals that will apply to this topic will be orthogonal to the developments of these companies. On the topic of how to ensure that these topics do not fail, I would say that these are research, so the concept of failure is quite difficult regarding research, because what is a failure? I mean, you can have a lab that gets not maybe the results that you were expecting, but they're very interesting results. So, and then we need to trust the consortium that will submit the proposals, the high quality of the proposals, and then the experts that will assess that proposals to ensure that the best ones and the ones that with the highest probability of success are selected. But in a context where we are working out research, there are no guarantees there.
I can briefly comment. I mean, all the topics, right, which are in the call, right, I know exactly what's written there, right? So all these are, so like reasoning, multi-hop reasoning, right? So this is a big thing. Explainability, interpretability, robotics, foundation models of different kinds, I don't know, for biocells, for robotics, for weather. I mean, these are all already ongoing projects elsewhere, right? If you map the whole thing, right? So, and so that's why I'm saying, same thing like DARPA. Look, DARPA is soon as announcing a call of like not 10 times bigger, but like 5 times bigger, right? On these topics as well, right? Under extreme discipline, not European style of discipline, right? This is what I'm talking, right? And I know it's a drop, right? This money, but still significant. So we can make something out of it. So if Commission would try to change procedures a little bit so that things would be led and be flexible, right? So this is my suggestion, right? In a positive way, right?
So maybe one message, huh? This is also, our call to the community. When you build the consortium, bring the best on board and build strong proposals. So that's really, we count on you to present super strong proposal. And on our side, we are going to do the best to select the top ones. But when we follow them, also to get the best expert to help them, getting on the top of things and redirect them if needed. It's what we are doing with our project. If they're not going on the right track, then we try to bring them, as impactful as possible. So that's our support to our project as well. But we really do count on you to present super good proposal.
Thank you very much. Actually, because I'm not from the Commission side, so I just try to have a remark on my own. I mean, because when you talk about success and failure, so what is the measure of success and failure are you talking about? I mean, yeah, please, yes.
Oh, I mean, it's very simple. You see, let's say in OECD we have for AI like something like 250 indicators, right? Yeah. Per country, per time, per topic, right? This would be like 3-dimensional typically, right? So I would see success if, let's say, in the academic part of, or first, Europe doesn't have any investment, so there we are done, really, right? But in the first part of indicators, which are the early stages of the ecosystem, if Europe would kind of improve, we are like stable third position compared to US, China. So China first, right? Then US, and then it's Europe, right? If we would kind of start approaching through via these indicators towards, let's say, US and China, right? And that may be a gap towards India, which is approaching extremely fast. Nobody sees this, but you can see this, right, via these early indicators, if this gap would get possibly bigger. Let's say this is very, very, very technical answer, what I'm giving you. I'm doing this on a monthly basis. I see this gap widening, right? So you can respond on this. Concrete indicators along research, patents, job market, perception, media, policies, and in particular investments, right? So these are major dimensions, and this is where Europe is losing, right? We are stable on the academia, but the rest, not so good, right?
I totally agree with you. May I comment on that? Because
But we have a couple of more minutes left. So yeah, if you could briefly comment. I would suggest this is a discussion we're not going to be able to.
Well, actually, it's a very good question. We can even do it offline, but actually, because you raised a question, because that's to me, if the measure of success in general is